Hi everyone. Welcome to the Cannibal Consumption Conference. We are very excited to have you guys here with us. A little bit late because it's snowing heavily in Dublin unexpectedly today. But sort of quickly to start off, we have most of everyone that we want to have with us here today. Many of the people here at the conference, and Harvey, hi Harvey, for being here with us. There is already a sort of canon of work done on cannibalism and its representations literally and metaphorically. One of the intentions for our conference, which I have a feeling we're going to accomplish today, is to sort of expand that definition to see how else it can be looked at and to kind of queer it a little bit, complicate it a little bit, have some fun with it. And we are very lucky to have had to be able to choose a conference theme of our choice. 5 of us here today. My name is Pooja, Polly, Seamus, Matthew, and Anisa, who helped to organize this today. And the HI, the Humanities Institute at UCD, has been so supportive, so loving, sort of given us everything we could ask for. Apurva and Bhargava will be giving the first panel presentation. It's titled Children, Chickens, and Cannibals, Untangling the Myths of Nakti. Apurva and Bhargava are from the Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi. Apurva Tripathi is a PhD student in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology in New Delhi. Her work is on Hindi language horror films from the 1990s or the 2000s. And she focuses on the ways in which social imaginaries of gender, monstrosity, and violence work in filmic horror narratives. And Balgopal S. Menon is also a PhD student at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Delhi. He completed his bachelor's and master's in English literature from Jadavpur University in Kolkata. He was also a project assistant at the Center for Advanced Studies, Department of English at Jadavpur University. Over to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for introducing us. Good morning. I hope I'm audible and I hope our screen is visible as well.
And your screen is visible. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm just going to jump right in. Makti, while advertised as a children's film, was unlike any of its contemporaries in the genre. Though it managed to recoup most of its production costs, it did not make any additional money for its producers. However, it has maintained a cult following over the years, primarily through its afterlife in syndication. The authors of this paper, for one, first saw this film on television in the mid-noughties. It did give us a few sleepless nights, but as you can see, we have lived to tell this tale. The film, set in a nondescript village in North India, begins as a story about a young girl, Chunni, who tries to save her twin sister Munni after she is transformed into a chicken by a chudel living in an old haveli or mansion, but ends up becoming a story of how a brave young girl, often dismissed for her mischievous antics, manages to save the day by stopping the theft of an ancient idol by a gang of thieves. The film's stress on dispelling superstition and moving towards rational scientific explanations for events was noticed by both critics and academics who were writing in the immediate aftermath of its release. This paper will try to show how the film uses a narrative steeped in Gothic, horror, and supernatural elements only to push its viewers to question these very fears, to overcome them, and thereby signal a way out of a world filled with inaction, corruption, and cowardice through compassion, courage, and determination. In true adherence to the tradition of Hindi cinema and discussions on the subject, we too shall begin with the mother. The figure of the ideal mother and stereotypes of good or bad mothers have been a major part of Indian film discourse. Mothers in Indian films are often presented as, quote, sacrificing, suffering, and silent, end quote, idealized and idolized at the same time. She's usually constructed through the gaze of others. She is thus absent herself, coming to represent more of a hollow symbol of worship rather than an agential authority. When it comes to horror films, the figure of the monstrous mother has been comprehensively analyzed by Barbara Creed, who notes that, quote, when a woman is represented as monstrous, it is almost always in relation to her mothering and reproductive functions, end quote. Similarly, studies by later writers such as Sarah Arnold and Eike Traeger have added to this scholarship by tracing the influence of early horror films such as Psycho in the constructions of good, bad, and evil mothers in cinema. In Makri, Chunni and Munni live for their father and grandmother. Their mother, we are shown much later, died before the events of the film, and while her absence is never pronounced, except during a song sequence, it drives much of the chemistry between Chunni and the witch, who is later revealed to be a thief in disguise. The first time we see the witch come face to face with Chunni, she is shown stuck to the wall of her Haveli, watching the child as she enters the room like a spider, vigilantly looking out for any prey. I'm sorry, there seems to be a technical difficulty. Sorry, there's supposed to be a video here, but I don't think it's playing. Just give us a moment, perhaps, while we try to resolve this.
No worries at all. No worries at all. Just in case we still have the, we can play just the video for. Anyway, it seems to be working now.
Yes, can you see it, the video?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. The first time we see the witch come face to face with Chunni, she's shown stuck to the wall of her Haveli, watching the child as she enters the room, like a spider, vigilantly looking out for any prey that steps into her web. She addresses Chunni as Beta, child, her voice dripping with fake concern, almost as if she were a mother figure for Chunni, the motherless twin. She even makes her sit on her lap as she sits atop the throne, a parody of the Pieta. Later in the film, Chunni starts to address her as Amma or mother, referring to her as if she were a stand-in for her absent maternal figure. However, during the sequences accompanying the song Mai, the witch and Chunni's mother represent two antagonistic mother figures. The song reads like a letter that a terrified Chunni has written to her mother, narrating how lost and powerless she feels in trying to get Munni back from the witch's clutches. The flashbacks of her mother are intercut with shots of the witch who has begun to haunt her and has taken over her life. Chunni seems to use the memories of her absent ideal mother as a sort of shield to protect her from the terror of the witch, an evil maternal figure. The connection between the witch and the trope of the evil mother is taken further towards the end of the film. Soon after the idol is discovered, she says it has taken several sacrifices: her husband, several villagers, children, and her nephews. The background music for this sequence is similar to the one used in the famous shower scene of Psycho, first in a similar tempo and later with a slowed down tempo. Sorry, there seem to be lots of technical glitches.
Please don't worry. That's okay. I was just wondering, maybe the videos play that are not in full screen mode.
It is playing. Can you see it?
It is playing. Yes, we can see it now.
Can you hear it?
Can you hear it?
No.
No.
The background music is important here.
Okay, so I suppose we'll just have to take my word for the fact that it is indeed the music used in the shower scene of Psycho. Moving on. While it is no surprise that she decides to leave the children in the pit to die, her decision to cheat her nephew policeman also consolidates her identity as an evil maternal figure who causes violence and the destruction of family, children, and all affective ties. The primary antagonist of the film, thus, may be read as a representation of the trope of the evil mother. The architecture of the Haveli is closely linked to the monstrous appetite of the witch who lives inside it. As we see in a sequence where she transforms a boy into a goat, the house almost acts like a body. Here is another video. We don't need the music for this.
No, this the legal videos.
We argue that in this sequence, the house almost acts like a body, the mouth of which is the raised platform on which she makes her victims stand, from which they are then engulfed in a tongue-like red curtain that falls over them, and her subsequent spasmodic gestures, followed by her pressing a skull-shaped lever which makes the house swallow the victim and take it down an esophageal tunnel from which the victim then falls into a stomach-like pit. It is after this act in which the witch and the Haveli swallow up the victim that an animal appears in his stead and is left outside. Gothic tales evoke feelings of terror, largely through their spatial settings, which consist of narrow passages, closed-off attics, stifling underground chambers, and cavernous dim rooms. In these spaces, where the outside world is cut off, the threat of bodily invasion, dismemberment, and mutilation sets in, and death seems inevitable. The underground pit, where Makti forces her captives to work, is a space far under the edifice of a crumbling Haveli, cut off from sunlight, vegetation, and water. The human beings in the belly of the mansion are mostly children whom the witch sees as mere bodies that she works to the bone and then replaces when they no longer have the capacity to work. Although there is no literal dismemberment or mutilation, they exist in a condition of unrelenting alienation and are gradually whittled away and absorbed into the mud that surrounds them. Makri, even though she is not a supernatural being, still represents a monstrous and cannibalistic appetite for human beings, not for literal eating, but for the extraction of their labor power. The tension between the feudal and the modern in Hindi horror films has been discussed extensively by Mehli Sen as a productive tension, whereby the old feudal order has not yet been overthrown and the new post-liberalization order has started to set in. Sen argues that even as the horror films post-1990s grapple with the emergent promise and aspiration for the expanding middle class, the specter of feudalism continues to haunt horror cinema. In Makri, this productive tension between the old and the new is central to the conflict that the film presents. Between the power that the Haveli has in the imagination of the villagers and the rational scientific attitude that is promoted by the school teacher and emulated by the child protagonists. The Haveli, as Sen argues, is a recurrent trope within Hindi horror films, and it operates primarily as a symbol of the waning feudal order. The Haveli often is the center of hauntings, a site in which the memory of feudal excesses and crimes remains potent, a site from which ancient curses resurface, and a Gothic reckoning with the idea that, quote, what has come before and will not be easily left behind or rest easily in the dungeons and grottos of the feudal Haveli, end quote. Makri is thus a spectral feudal figure, reinforcing the older relationship between the feudal lords and the villagers by forcing them to extract whatever value is left in the land and looking to make a transaction in a dollar-driven black market by exploiting forced labor, which he terms a bali or a necessary ritualistic slaughter. The idea of slaughter and meat-making is related to another antagonist in the film, Kallu Kasai. Kallu is overdetermined as a Muslim character. His profession is butchery. He lives in a green-colored house. He wears a taviz around his neck. He has henna-dyed hair, and he is never seen without his skull cap, all stereotypically Muslim characteristics within the universe of Hindi cinema. Kallu is obsessed with his chickens, and Chuni is always trying to make his chickens escape in an attempt to peeve him. He reacts by threatening the children, brandishing his knife, and chasing them around the village. The 1990s are an important part of Indian history, not only due to the socioeconomic changes that were taking place around the economic liberalization, but also due to the rising popularity of Hindutva or the Hindu right. The increasing religious polarization in the nation culminated in a watershed moment in modern Indian history, the demolition of the Babri Masjid in 1992 by rabid crowds of Hindutva vigilantes, following which there were large-scale communal riots in Mumbai and other parts of the nation. The demolition was viewed as a win for the Hindutva agenda, which then continued to villainize Muslims with even greater impunity. In the year of Makri's release, 2002, India witnessed devastating communal riots again, this time in the state of Gujarat. The riots were instigated after a train carrying Hindu pilgrims caught fire in Godhra, and rumors spread about the incident having been part of a Muslim conspiracy. As retaliation, Hindu mobs in various parts of the state committed heinous atrocities, specifically targeting Muslims, leading to large-scale displacement and the deaths of more than 1,000 people. It is within this charged socio-political context that the practice of meat eating takes on a critical and pertinent meaning. As meat eating became one of the markers of being Muslim, there was an increasingly explicit, quote, metonymic displacement of meat food onto a variety of others, oftentimes conflating it with the Muslim other, end quote. There were debates, legislations, and social ostracization around the sale, purchase, consumption, storage, and transportation of meat food, even though a majority of Indians are not vegetarian. In the film, Kallu has so far remained a cunning figure that Chunni likes to outwit, but after Muni is turned into a chicken, she starts to genuinely fear him and stay clear of him. Interestingly, Chunni and her family are not themselves vegetarians. They eat meat, and it is not the abhorrence or fear of meat itself that makes her afraid of Kallu. In fact, when she comes back home after Muni's transformation, her father, who is in the dark about this, makes chicken curry to celebrate the fact that she seems to be unharmed. This indicates that it is not the meat that the film paints as a threat in and of itself, but the butcher. As Jennifer Holm writes, quote, the butcher exists in a gray area between society and the abject. He earns a living on the margin of life and death so that we, the general consuming public, do not have to make such decisions and can avoid confrontation with and even ignore the abject, end quote. Kallu's labor makes the difference between the animal and the food, between her chicken sister and the curry that she eats. His work is necessary to provide food to the villagers, but it must also be hidden and therefore perversely fascinating so that they are spared the viscerality of meat making, much like the viewer who is never shown even a glimpse of a cut-up chicken. While Kallu on the one hand is sinister because of his role as the meat producer, the witch's villainy is also expressed through her affinity for meat. In the film's denouement, it is revealed that the witch is not a witch, and she asks her henchmen, 2 policemen from the village, to get her some food. They appear with a massive tray of roasted chicken and a bowl of wine. The witch proceeds to savagely devour the meat while her starving captives look on from inside the pit. Here, it is not merely the act of eating meat that signifies her monstrosity, but her excessive consumption of it against the backdrop of the other excesses that she commits. Julia Twigg writes about a certain ambivalence around eating meat, whereby meat is seen to have animal qualities such as strength, virility, and passion that are seen as essential to the human being, but only when eaten in qualified quantities. Chunni's family eats chickens too. Her grandmother attributes virility and physical strength to eating eggs, which for most people in India is considered a non-vegetarian food. However, the witch's excessive appetite is different because of its massive quantity. The 100 chickens that she has asked for, and the form in which she eats them, as roasted chunks that were visibly once an animal, instead of as sanitized and manageable pieces in a curry. Her appetite can be read alongside the cinematic aesthetic that shows meat eating.
So sorry to interrupt, last 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Okay, yes. Metonymic with greed, immorality, and baseness. Chunni's daredevilry starkly contrasts the attitudes of the adults around her, as the child's courage even inspires some of the villagers to enter the Haveli's compound in the film's opening sequences. The film constantly urges its viewers to see her as the hero of the film, even if this reminder is often presented as mockery, like when her father chastises her for her antics in the opening sequences, asking her if she considers herself the Amitabh Bachchan of the village. At the end of the film, however, this mockery transforms into genuine admiration as we see Kallu proclaim that Chunni is the heroine of the village for saving the idol from the clutches of the thieves. Throughout the film, Chunni seems to be the one in control of not just herself, but also those around her. In this regard, the witch's threat to Chunni is an attack on her self-assured, confident behavior. Unlike Kallu, whom Chunni knows how to handle, the witch presents a new problem whose powers and abilities make her seem almost undefeatable in the eyes of the child. Thus, the ordeal for Chunni is presented as a challenge to not just her sense of reason, but also her self-confidence, as we see herself blaming herself for her condition, realizing how her behavior made her unbelievable to the villagers she goes to for help, who think she's crying wolf, to her blaming herself as she struggles to complete her homework without her sister's help. It is by coming to terms with her past behavior that Chunni manages to establish her autonomy later on in the film, as she makes her way out of the witch's web. Soon after Chunni and Mughal Azam, her best friend and Kallu's adopted ward, realize that the witch has been hoodwinking them all this while, they enter the Haveli at night to inspect her room. The real-time unmasking of the witch takes place as the 2 policemen, addressing her as Mausi or Aunt, begin to take out her prosthetic hands and high-heeled shoes to present the kids with the thief who has been tricking the villagers. While the film constantly shows that Munni is the better student at school, it is clearly Chunni who seems to have realized that witches and transformative magic are only facets of the imagination which can be explained by scientific and rational thought. Thus, through her courage and determination, she manages to transform not just the fate of the village and its residents, as the discovery of the idol brings a major reward for the government, but also the minds of her staunchest critics, the most prominent one among them being Kallu. The film seems to give Kallu some redemption. While Chunni and Mughal-e-Azam go inside the Haveli in the climax of the film, he is the only adult from the village who insists that the others must go inside and save them, while the headman and the priest refuse to take such great risk. Kallu goes inside anyway with his knife, and he is the one who manages to capture the witch before she can run away with the idol. We argue that Kallu's character is the subject of some ridicule and comic relief throughout the film, juxtaposed with his threatening nature, and in the end, the film seems to redeem him precisely by highlighting his impotence to do any real violence. As the credits roll by, we see the children spend a holiday at a local amusement park. All of these adventures have not indelibly scarred them, and they quickly resume their lives in the village. Under the leadership of Chunni, the kids have a day of fun as they sing around and rejoice in their freedom, not just from the superstition of the witch, but also from the inaction and cowardice of the adults. In a world mired with feckless grown-ups, Chunni comes to thus represent a hope for a better, rational, and undoubtedly fun-filled future. Thank you.
That was incredible, guys. So many important themes there, which we hope to sort of discuss. Thank you so much for starting us off.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the second paper on the panel. Bushra, you can hear us, right?
Hiya.
Hiya.
Okay. Yeah. Do I need to share my screen now?
Yeah, whenever you're ready. And then if it isn't working, then we'll share for you.
Right, just one sec. Hey. I'm trying to.
No worries. We can see it. So like I can just introduce you quickly while
Yeah, sure.
Thank
you.
Bushra Mazavin is a PhD student in the Department of English and Comparative Literary Studies at the University of Warwick in the UK. She is an assistant professor at the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh as well. Her research is broadly focused on the geopolitical implications of oil as a commodity and the petro-capitalist exploitation of labor. Her presentation is titled, in quotes, "After all, since the world began, we've been eating each other," end quote. Corrosive capitalism and necrotic consumption in Tender is the Flesh. Whenever you're ready, Bushra.
Right, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers of today's conference for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. I'm just gonna go into that. Right. The aim of this paper is to visualize how the modern Capitalocene is not, quote, not only productive, it is necrotic, unfolding a slow violence, end quote, and how, in its wake, neoliberal capitalism leaves, quote, the disappearance of species, languages, cultures, and peoples. It seeks the planned obsolescence of all life, end quote. The rapid infrastructural development in many semi-peripheries or frontier zones of the world system is often owed to the wealth acquired from resource extraction. Capitalism, in turn, creates a modern world which combines, quote, advanced technologies with relatively archaic social modalities, forced labor, for example, end quote. Michael Niblett notes, the modernism in extraction zones can be seen as what Benita Perry calls peripheral modernism, or what I would like to call violent modernism, given the hyper-exploitation or, quote, extent and degree of the coercions visited on those societies that were seized for their natural and labor resources or invaded for both material and political reasons, end quote. The Warwick Research Collective, or the REC, argue that literature registering the modern world system have distinctive features, techniques, and devices that are necessary to, quote, mediate the lived experience of capitalism's bewildering creative destruction, or destructive creation, end quote. This paper thus examines the creative destruction or destructive creation of neoliberal capitalism, registered in Agustina Basterica's eco-dystopian novel, Tender is the Flesh. Tender is the Flesh was originally written in Spanish in, originally written in Spanish in 2017, and later translated in English by Sarah Moses, and can be considered prophetic in the sense that it somewhat predicts the contagion of the COVID-19 virus, which wreaked havoc on the world, to say the least. Basterica combines the genres of cannibalistic dystopia and outbreak narrative to reflect the recent fears about zoonotic diseases, which are like transmitted from animals to humans. Tender is the Flesh complicates the ethics of consumption in the capital scene and explores the way food production and access to it is limited to the privileged sections of the society. Given these conditions, this paper emphasizes that the unevenness and disparity of wealth in the modern world systems can be revealed if food production and consumption patterns are explored, what Basterica's narrative somewhat achieves. Megan Todd notes that the novel, quote, presented a striking metaphorical commentary on how neoliberal capitalism's powerful few exploit or consume the less powerful many, end quote. In the narrative, when a global epidemic spread through animals, making them fatal for humans to keep or consume, people start to eat each other, starting with, quote, immigrants, the marginalized, the poor, end quote. The text indicates that in many countries, cannibalism was soon legalized because, quote, in the end, meat is meat. It doesn't matter where it's from, end quote. Here, the narrative addresses what Jason Moore calls the binaries of, quote, Eurocentrism, racism, and sexism, nature/society, end quote, that are directly involved in the, quote, modern world's colossal violence, inequality, and oppression, end quote. This text illustrates two other oppositions or extremes, since the post-apocalyptic landscapes often, quote, function to reduce consumption to one of the two extremes, either vegan or cannibal, end quote. Laura Wright notes. By referring to these concerns of going to the either extremes, veganism or cannibalism, Basterica reveals that the zoonotic diseases and the associated contagion depicted in the novel is not purely medical. It has more to do with the sociocultural aspect of human consumption patterns. The text thus challenges mindless commodification of both human and non-human nature and visibilizes the consequent trauma of slow violence in a dystopian Argentine society. The forms of slow violence affect both human and non-human nature, as neoliberal capitalism unleashes violence by cheapening human and animal bodies, their labor, and natural resources. Jason Moore notes that, quote, for capitalism, nature is cheap in a double sense, to make nature's elements cheap in price and also to cheapen, to degrade, or to render inferior in an ethico-political sense, the better to make nature cheap in price. These two moments are entwined at every moment and in every major capitalist transformation of the past 5 centuries, end quote. This brings us to the discussion of how gendered bodies are treated as cheap commodities to be consumed by the dystopian society in Tender is the Flesh. The narrative revolves around the character Marcos, whose work in the processing plant where people are bred in captivity, their vocal cords are snipped, and they are branded with hot iron, something similar to what the animal industry does to livestock. The text reveals in horrifying details how different parts of female bodies are consumed. For example, the blood of impregnated women are mined, which is said to have, quote, special properties, end quote. Breast milk is extracted, and someone says, quote, the milk from these udders is top quality, end quote. And when they are no longer useful, these women, their meat gets sent to the processing plant that supplies the fast food industry. That way, profits can be maximized. Bodies here are shown to be reduced to being mere commodities, captive and unwaged, providing sustenance to the consumers and bringing economic profits for neoliberal capital. Here, we are reminded of Helen Simpson's short story, Diary of an Interesting Year, where anthropogenic climate changes have resulted in environmental and social collapse, but the fate of women do not seem to be much changed, because after the apparent collapse of neoliberal capitalist and patriarchal structures, they're still treated as commodities, as Simpson's narrative depicts. In the text, a woman has managed to survive for a while with her partner, but a man comes in at the end of around night and murders her partner, but keeps her captive to rape her whenever he wants. The narrator reveals how her body is treated as a commodity by her captor, while the use of cannibalistic imagery in the narrative signals the dehumanization experienced by the woman. I'm just meat on legs to him. He bit me all over last night, hard. I'm covered in bite marks. I was literally licking my wounds afterward. When I remembered how nice the taste of blood is, how I miss it. The disturbing human condition depicted in this story, and Tender as the Flesh, is symptomatic of overconsumption and overcommodification in modern capitalist cultures, where, quote, to be alive means to be meat on legs, end quote, since people themselves have turned into both consumers and commodities. In this novel, issues of forced labor and exploitative social reproduction are linked with the consumption of the human body. At one point in the novel, the narrator refers to an incident where a wealthy industrialist eats the prostitute he had raped earlier, revealing the possible horrors of the capital scene. Through the interactions of the narrator Marcos and a female head, Jasmine, who is bred as meat for consumption, human cruelty and their capacity for violence is uncovered. The woman referred to as head was presented to Marcos to be eaten, but he eventually gets attached to her and impregnates her. Marcos and his wife Cecilia had recently lost their son in infancy, and she left Marcos to grieve on her own. The thought of having another child was precious to Marcos, and for 9 months he kept Jasmine captive with him inside the house to ensure the safe birth of the child. The readers might detect moments of affection and care in Marcos's treatment of Jasmine, but as soon as the child is born, he drags her outside to be slaughtered. This is eerily similar to what domestic animals might go through after they have served their purpose. Jasmine was not even given the opportunity to hold her own child before dying at the hands of the person she trusted. And, quote, as he drags the body of the female to the barn to slaughter it, he says to Cecilia, his voice radiant, so pure it wounds. She had the look of a domesticated animal, end quote. The novel does not present Marcos as a sympathetic individual who would resist the cannibalistic capitalist consumption, but is shown as a complicit figure because, quote, Tender as the Flesh is a critique of human cruelty, revealing our capacity for violence toward the non-human, end quote. Sebastian Williams notes. So in the absence of animals, Jasmine and the other heads become the non-human necessary for the preservation of the neoliberal capitalist industries. In this light, Basterica's novel forces the readers to, quote, reconsider the absolute division of oppositional binaries like human, non-human, self, other, or civilized us and a savage them, end quote. As I'm approaching the end of my presentation today, I reiterate the concerns expressed in Tender as the Flesh that neoliberal capitalism can turn monstrous if left unchecked. The aftermath of ecological disasters impacts the people disproportionately across the world systems, where the wealthy and powerful can escape to safety while the dispossessed face the full brunt of it. Basterica's novel poses a question of how people should act, quote, with regard to how and what and who we eat before it is too late, end quote. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So many themes to explore there, Pusha. Thanks a lot. Our third and final presentation of this panel is by Jane Gill, who's here with us in person today. Hi. Jane Gill is a doctoral student at the University of Hertfordshire. Her PhD examines the monstrous feminine from an Ecogothic perspective, focusing on the female vampire. She's extending her oeuvre to include mermaid and fairy archetypes in 19th century literature and visual art. Her research interests include the nautical Gothic, botanical Gothic, gender in the 19th century, and the Ecogothic. She is in receipt of a bursary that sees her affiliated with the Open Graves, Open Minds project, OGOM, led by Sam George and Bill Hughes. The project extends to all narratives of the fantastic, the folkloric, and the magical, emphasizing that sense of Gothic as enchantment rather than simply horror. Through this, OGOM is articulating an ethical Gothic, cultivating moral agency and creating empathy for the marginalized, monstrous, or other, including the disenchanted natural world. Jane will be contributing via symposia and events and by writing research posts on aspects of nautical and botanical Gothic. And her presentation is entitled, You Are What You Eat, Fungal Consumption in the Nautical Gothic Fiction of William Hope Hodgson.
In recent years, we have seen the re-emergence in literature, film, and video games. And a seldom seen vampiric being, man-eating fungus. This lovely picture shows a spider which has been infected by the cordyceps fungus. Cordyceps is a parasitic fungus that effectively consumes its host from the inside out. The fact that these creatures are unlikely to cause fungal infections in humans does not prevent ecophobic anxieties over our place in the natural world and the effects of interaction with it have from an eco-critical perspective. Recent examples of fungal Gothic works include The Last of Us, Mexican Gothic from 2020, and What Moves the Dead from 2022. These are all a response to climate change, but William Hope Hodgson's works also focus on our relationship with the natural world. This paper is a response to Simon C. Lescott and Tom J. Hillard's call for further investigation into ecophobia. The call was answered by a few scholars from a botanical Gothic perspective, but there was a scarcity of scholarship on limiting fungus, and this paper attempts to fill that gap. Lescott argued that ecophobia is largely genetic, but I think it's a more complex response and set of cultural constructions in order to remember this. All this play on fears specific to their own time. Hodgson's work was a response to anxieties surrounding our place in the natural world and the fact that we are not superior to non-human creatures, morally or in terms of our place in the natural world. In this paper, I will define cannibalism as an act of consumption, following Kilgore's idea that cannibalism can be understood as both a literal or a metaphorical act of consumption, appropriation and transformation that can evolve the boundaries between self and other, non-human as human, culture and nature, bodies and texts, and so on. In addition to this metaphorical act of consumption can be discussed in terms of its role in environmental degradation, which, in the words of Nancy Fraser, means exploitation and subjugation that can be described as cannibalistic. Building on these ideas, I will focus my paper on the ways in which the nautical Gothic stories of William Hope Hodgson are used to convey the idea of the consumption of culture by nature and of human animals by non-human animals and plants. The man fungus Heidi's act of eating the fungus can be described as cannibalistic because at that point he has already begun to transform from his purely human state. My aim in exploring the theme of fungal consumption is to respond to the question, how and for what purpose does Hodgson evoke ecophobia in these texts? In The Derelict, in 1912, Hodgson focuses on the idea of the consumption of a ship by huge mold formations. Mold belongs to the fungus family and is a hybrid when viewed through an eco-critical lens. I would argue that this represents both the decay of culture and its consumption by wild nature. In The Voice in the Night from 1907, the narrator of the tale is an eyewitness account of the sighting of the human fungus hybrid. The narrative goes into the backstory of how the hubris and desire to control nature led to the hybrid creature being literally consumed by fungus, which is of course in itself an animal-plant hybrid. H.P. Lovecraft's idea that the oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown, can be connected to ecophobia. Authors such as Hodgson manipulate the fear of the unknown to emphasize the ways in which humans are fundamentally ecophobic as a species. Hester argues that ecophobia, like any other human behavior, including biophilia, is written into our genes, and goes on to contest that the human species stands alone in its environmental degradation to such a dangerous extent that geologists and lay people are increasingly opting to call our current age the Anthropocene, the age of the human. The Anthropocene is, in part, a result of the human epidemic of ecophobia. One solution to our collective Anthropocene problem lies with our notion of human agency. Esther argues that humans as a species possess enough agency to be able to control this allegedly genetic tendency to control non-human creatures in violent ways. Although there is a possibility that our ecophobia is genetic, there is little to no evidence for this, and I would argue that it's far more likely our ecophobia is demonstrated in particular ways as a response to a specific set of cultural constructions. This tendency to act violently towards nature is evident in The Derelict, when the captain gives them all a heavy kick, which results in a little gutter of purplish fluid flowing from it. I will discuss in the next section how this mistreatment of the fungus does not end well for the men. The central idea of The Voice in the Night is the grisly consumption of a human couple by a man-eating fungus. But in fact, since it is the human invading the environment of the fungus, the humans are presented as monsters in subtle ways. At this point in the text, the interaction between the humans and the fungus is described. We would not admit ourselves beaten, so set to work afresh, and not only scraped away the fungus, but soaked the places where it had been, carbolic. Yet by the end of the week, the growth had returned in full strength, and in addition, it had spread to other places, as though our touching it had allowed germs from it to travel elsewhere. At face value in the narrative, the fungus is described in monstrous terms. In places, it rose into horrible, fantastic mounds. She was about to quiver, as with a quiet life, when the wind blew across them. Here and there, it took on the form of vast fingers, but in others, it just spread out flat and smooth and treacherous. Odd places, it appeared as grotesque, unstunted trees, seeming extraordinarily kinked and gnarled, the whole quaking vilely at times. In eco-critical terms, by describing the fungi in monstrous terms, it allows for us to justify our mistreatment of it. This ties in with Jonathan Dawkins' assertion that if we view animals as savages living in a relentlessly harsh world, we unconsciously place ourselves on a higher plane. Our ability to justify our mistreatment of wild nature is in itself monstrous. But in more subtle ways in the text, it is a fear-driven need to control nature that is monstrous. This is implicit when the pair are attempting to remove the traces of the fungus from the ship. And in fact, it is just doing what nature intends it to do. This is the first indication that the text is concerned the interaction of humans with the non-human world. The man hints that it was the interaction with the fungus that caused it to spread so rapidly. As discussed, humans have tended to place ourselves above nature in moral and physical terms, and our ability to other non-human nature has allowed us to justify our treatment of it. However, Lisa Kroeger argues that Gothic ecology seems to be one that suggests it is better for humanity and nature to live harmoniously with one another, though it may be the human counterpart that suffers most if that relationship is severed. Just as nature is always reclaiming its space, as seen in the crumbling ruins so prevalent in the Gothic, it will always be victorious in the end. In the derelict, the captain of the ship's ignorance and mistreatment of the fungus is clear throughout the text. For example, when he drew back and kicked for the second time at the ugly mass, the result of his kick was startling, while the whole thing wobbled sloppily, like a man of unhealthy looking jelly. On the face of it, this appears to depict the fungus as monstrous, but there is an undercurrent of anxiety over the true place of humans in the ecosystem, as well as anxiety over our affecting the environment, and this results in challenges to the traditional representation of humans as normal rather than monstrous. Drew's mistreatment of and ignorance to the fungus has disastrous consequences for one crew member. When he pitched face downward and the stuff heaped itself upon him, as if it were actually alive with a dreadful, savage life. It was simply infernal. The man had gone from sight. Where he had fallen was now a writhing, elongated mound, in constant and horrible increase, as the mould appeared to move towards it in strange ripples from all sides. There was a feeling here that the fungus is still described in monstrous terms, but there was an implication in the text that since these men have gone into the fungus's habitat, they are the invaders and can no longer claim moral supremacy over the creature. It's consumed by the fungus when it fights back against its mistreatment. The idea of humans being conceived by wild nature, in this case fungus, is also present in The Voice in the Night. It is explicit in the text that the consumption of the two humans by the fungus was caused by ignorance and mistreatment of the fungus, as stated by the voice. It seems to me that our deaths were likely to come by hunger, and not by the growth of the thing which has seized upon our bodies. It shows that the fungus is neither human, animal, or plant, so cannot be classified. This shows a blurring of the boundaries between plant and animal, as well as between human and non-human life. A further transgression of the boundaries between plant and animal, and between human and non-human life. These human fungus hybrid creatures, which are already transgressive, go on to consume the fungus themselves. The Voice's act of consumption is described as, there was a sweetish taste upon my lips. Where the thing had touched me, I licked them. It was immediately filled with an inhuman desire. I turned and seized the mass of the fungus. Then more and more. I was insatiable. Cheryl Blake Price argues that the tree's strange combination of animal and plant characteristics figure it as a Frankensteinian monster that cannot be easily categorized or understood by the usual laws of nature. In a similar vein, though not describing managing trees per se, Hodgson's representation of the human fungus hybrid is also impossible to categorize in the standard laws of nature. The blurring of the boundaries between plant and animal here is a threat to human domination impulses, as humans do not like and often fear things we cannot define or categorize. This was particularly true in the Victorian era, in which Hodgson grew up, which had a tendency to divide society into dualistic pairs such as man, woman, human, non-human, and rich, poor. This idea is extended by the ending of the Voice's story. Thereafter, he kept from the abominable food, though the desire for it had entered into our blood. Yet our dear punishment was upon us, day by day, with monstrous rapidity, the long-way growth took hold of our poor bodies. Nothing we could do to check it materially, and so, we, who had been human, became, well, it matters less each day, only we had been man-made. The text strongly suggests that the mishandling of the fungus and eventual consumption of it ignores the humans as monstrous in an ecophobic sense. We're not welcome in nature. Our attempts to control and destroy it are monstrous. The final paragraph of the narrative this time from the point of view of the men who listen to voices tales. It describes the voice's physicality in fleeting terms. The sun flung a straight beam across the hidden sea, pierced the mist dully, and lit up the receding boat with a gloomy fire. Indistinctly, I saw something nodding between the oars. I thought of a sponge, a great grey nodding sponge. The oars continued to fly. They were grey, as was the boat. My eyes searched for a moment, vainly for the conjunction of hand and oar. My gaze flashed back to the head. It nodded forward as the oars went backward to the stroke. When the oars were dipped, the boat shot out of the patch of light, and the thing went nodding into the mist. This text focuses on the battle between two humans and fungus. If the fungus clearly wins and undermines the idea that humans have moral and physical supremacy over the non-human world. So, my aim in exploring the theme of fungal consumption has been to respond to the question, how and for what purpose does Hodgson invoke ecophobia? I've argued that Hodgson uses ecophobia as a tool to force us to examine our attitudes toward nature. Hodgson plays on these anxieties in two ways. First, it forces us to address our need to control non-human nature. Second, he plays on our anxieties over blurred boundaries between human and non-human nature. Estock argues that humans need to ecophobically control non-human nature is largely genetic, but I need to see any concrete evidence of this. I would argue that it's more a reaction to social cultural constructions. In the case of the short stories I have examined, which is an early 20th century configuration of ecophobia, the text present humans' desire to control and destroy that which is perceived as beneath itself, morally and physically. As we are living through the Anthropocene, we are experiencing high levels of anxiety over our effect on the natural world and our place in it, as was the case in Hodgson's time. This has led to a surge in interest in ecophobic narratives in general, but more specifically, mycophobic narratives such as The Last of Us. In terms of great anxiety over our effect on the environment, it is as important as this to examine our interactions with the natural world as it was in Hodgson's days. The founders of ECHA, the early 20th century, as well as the present, are characterised by anxieties over the place of humans in the natural world and our effect on it. The earlier period can tell us a lot about our current predicament in facing climate change. I've included here some points for further discussion. Thank you for listening.
Hi everyone, sorry, we are slightly over time. It's trying to figure out the closed captions. It's been kind of rough with the snow, trying to see if we can get coffee for ourselves because the caterers couldn't deliver. Anyway, we can sort of like start off with our second panel. Our panel chair here is Gigi, and she will take over now.
Hi everyone, welcome to joining us on this very special weather, and also hello to those joining us online. This panel is entitled Cannibalism, Colonialism, and Transnationalism. We have 3 speakers. So Gina will be joining us online.
She's here. Yeah, will be here. She'll probably be here.
Yeah, just a friendly reminder. So each paper is 20 minutes, and we will have all the presentations before the discussion section. So without further ado, let's welcome our first presenter, Chiara Mastronado. She's a PhD candidate in English at Trinity College Dublin. In 2014, she was awarded a scholarship to study at the National Taiwan Normal University, and then she studied at Peking University in China in 2017, while also pursuing an MPhil in Chinese study at the Trinity Center for Asian Studies. Her current research focuses on island literature in comparative perspective, unfolding against the backdrop of global archipelagic connections. Her research aims to bridge the diverse literary landscape between the island of Iceland, Taiwan, Singapore, and Cuba. And today she will be sharing with us some of her findings based on her research. Welcome. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much to the organizers for helping me out today. The weather is really terrible here in Dublin. We have massive snow. So as I was being introduced, hi everyone, my name is Chiara. I am a PhD candidate in Trinity College Dublin School of English. And today I'm going to share my screen. I will be presenting oh, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So today I will be presenting this paper titled Consuming the Island, the Subjugation of the Other in Skerrit by Liam O'Flaherty. This is an Irish author, native of the Aran Islands. The story of Skerrit follows the protagonist, Skerrit, which is a schoolmaster that is exiled from Ireland to the Aran Island to take care of the school in the small city there. But first thing first, what do we think when we think about cannibalism? I personally think of him, and I'm very looking forward for some other articles today that will explore his figure in much more detail. But in general, when we look at cannibals and cannibalism, we think of human meat eaters. We look at society and how these cannibalistic practices can be seen as unnatural or sometimes even supernatural. We look at cannibalistic relationships and we maybe look at how glamorous they are, how self-destructive they can be. And as my paper will explore, we look at consuming the other. What does it mean? What does it mean othering someone or othering a culture? And this is what today's presentation is mainly about. It will be divided into 4 main clusters. The first part, Hunger and Power, will explore the relationship between the protagonist and the antagonist, Father Mauclair. The second part, Consuming the Other, will focus on the peculiar Irish case of the motherland domino effect, and we will see what I mean with this sentence. The third part will explore islandness, a feature specific and peculiar of islands, and we will analyze if this can be a weakness or a solution to colonial cannibalism. And the first part will just wrap up some conclusions and propose some further research avenues. When you will see this icon, it will mean that I will read an excerpts from the book of Liam O'Flaherty to better make a point about the theme explored in the specific section. So without further ado, Hunger and Power. The relationship between Skerrit and Father Mauclair, these are the protagonist and the antagonist of the novel. Now, according to Marina Werner, there are multiple significances of consumption. When we look at consumption or cannibalism, we think of the physical act of consuming someone, but to the scholar, it can also be a metaphorical one. This is the approach that I applied to this particular paper and the research in Skerrit. Now, in the novel, the relationship between Skerrit and the antagonist, Father Mauclair, is characterized by some of these many significances that Werner highlights in Cannibalism and the Colonial World. There is hunger for power and thirst for control. Now, also O'Brien makes a case regarding metaphorical cannibalism as a process of self-definition. So when we take into consideration colonial processes, we can think of different features and things and aspects of a culture that are cannibalized. For example, eating their words, what does this color mean? It means that one of the first things that is attacked in a cannibalistic process, in a cannibal process, is often the language. In the case of Skerret, this happens with Irish language that is under attack throughout the whole novel. This is one of the first things that gets cannibalized in the story. And this is linked to cannibalism and the search for identity. Language makes an important aspect of an individual identity. And in fact, in Skerret, even the protagonist at the beginning will have a hard time in the school trying to understand people speaking another language. He will try to force English on them, like Father Mauclair, the local priest, but in the end, he will understand the power and the important significance of the language and will try to resist English and uphold it. Now, this is the case in the passage where, just give me a second. This is the case in the passage where the protagonist is having a conversation about the culture and the language on the island. This island seems to me, he says, a blessed place because it has survived until now all the changes that have racked Europe. The people have remained the same, living in freedom of the rocks. So I think it's a crime to try and change them. Even what you're doing is a contradiction, he says to the person he's talking to. Because if you are patriotic, you shouldn't teach them English, thus taking away their old speech, which is so beautiful in their mouths, a storehouse of their folk poetry, while the bastard English they are learning from you is so ugly. It is so wrong. It's all wrong, it seems to me. This is an example where the main character, Skerret, is actually upholding the local tradition. On the contrary, the local priest, which is the island administrator, he actively seeks to change the socio-economic fabric of the island. He does this through upholding the English language, criticizing Skerret for his will to teach in Irish in the local school. And I think that this also highlights two different features of Skerret and Father Mauclair. So why on one side we have the priest that is hungry for power, on the other side we could describe the protagonist as thirsty for control, for self-determination. So why he looks for knowledge and a new role in the island, the priest only looks at the island as a place where resources can be consumed, starting from the very income of the locals. Another passage is where the local priest is described in his very angry behavior towards the local society. He's described as he had come at the very height of the Lang League agitation, and he had at once taken command of the people as a soldier and a statesman, as well as a priest. Roads, piers, lighthouses, fishing boats came in his trail rapidly, and in Arglas, a native trading class came into being, together with a little group of petty officials, such as a rate collector, a sanitary officer, a harbour master, all tending to give the people an idea of their new importance and dignity. Now, in this passage, we can see how the whole nature around the Aran Islands is attacked by the priest, which tries to build roads and piers and lighthouses, things that were not in the harbor and in the fishing area at the beginning of the novel. Now, so for this instance, it is evident that while Skerret tries to get into this type of new society for him, on the other hand, the priest is othering the people. He tries to consume the resources on the island, while Skerret tries to look for connections. Oh. I'm sorry. Okay. So, but what consuming the other mean in this instance? What does it mean othering someone else? So in the novel Scarlet, eat the rich becomes eat the poor. This is a leitmotif, we can say, of Irish literature since the times of A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift. In this piece of satire, Swift proposes to the English people to start eating Irish children, given the fact that all resources on the island of Ireland are depleted by this motherland. Now, why I propose a motherland domino effect while talking of consuming the other? We can say that this is also a way of consuming the other in the sense that islands have complex power dynamics that often, especially in archipelagos, such as the case of Ireland and the Aran Islands, transform into a sequence of centers and peripheries. This concept has been explored not only philosophically, but also in the spatial theories. And one of the most prominent voices of the spatial theories is Edward Soya. Soya highlights in his studies how this concept of a powerful center against an isolated periphery can be weaponized against the above-mentioned periphery. And in exploring the relationship between Ireland and the Aran Islands within the colonial framework of Skerret, it becomes clearer that the dynamics mirror those of a colonial past. In fact, as you can see from the figure in this slide, just as England exerted dominance over Ireland, imposing culture, language, and norms, we can say eating their words, so does Ireland in Skerret when assuming a seminal role in the novel, particularly through the figure of the local priest, Father Mauclair. Now, despite its own history of oppression, Ireland emerges in Skerret as a metaphorical motherland, perpetuating a cycle of hegemony over what is considered a peripheral territories, now in this case, the Aran Islands. These echoes the complexities of colonial powers and dynamics where former victims made themselves become perpetrators and demonstrates an enduring legacy of cannibalization of the other. Now, why I'm making a case of islands being othered and thus cannibalized in a continuous cycle? This might be because of a peculiar feature that is typical of islands, which is called islandness. Now, this is a big umbrella term that scholars in academia agree that manifests in a threefold way. So as you can see from this slide, islandness can be manifested on an island that is geographically unique, ecologically unique, and culturally unique. All these qualities are on the Aran Islands of the novels as we see them through the eyes of Skerret, the protagonist. He lands on these islands after a journey where he sees the cliffs for the first time and is amazed by their beauty, but also scared by the nature that is going to be his environment from there on. He needs to learn a new language, so we have the cultural aspect here. He needs to learn a new language to be able to teach in the school, to be understood by the locals, and becoming a true master, not only of the school, but only a point of contact for those living on the island. And he finally embraces the island's culture. And lastly, the uniqueness of Nara ecology, Skerret learns how to enjoy it, appreciate it, and he starts to understand how and why the locals develop their cities in a certain way, in a certain urban fashion that does not necessarily require to aggressively attack the territory, contrary, for example, to what is Father Mauclair's behavior and his enterprises. Now, unfortunately, it is the very unique islandness of the Aran Islands that puts in the priest's mind the idea that there is something to harvest there, because they are a liminal space far from, as we saw in the previous slide, from the Ireland motherland, but also the England motherland. So he gradually starts to deplete and destroy the natural fabric of the coast, the socio-economic fabric of the island and the society on the island. And he does so with a very aggressive behavior. Now, this isolation of the islands plays well with the priest behavior because for them it becomes almost impossible to resist this attempt at eating them. And why I'm talking about attempt at eating them is because in another passage, Father Mauclair's behavior is clearly described as cannibalistic. Although he spoke from the altar with the humility of the lowliest beggar, that humility sat well on his lordly countenance and became the condescension of a king, so that the people gave and bowed down after giving. In faith, Mauclair instituted such a cunning system of blandishment and persuasion and promises that he soon levied his dues on Christmas and Easter, on birth, marriages and deaths, on tombstones, prayers, incantations, earth money and thanksgiving for harvest on sea and land, with a greater sureness than the landlord levied his rents. So we can see that the attempt of the priest at eating alive the Icelanders is very clear and is continuous, is relentless. Now, Skerret will try to fight this behavior, but of course, in the bigger colonial framework, a single person can do very little. However, he struggled, thanks also to the fact that we must understand that as of now, he speaks Irish and he is much more connected to the locals than the priest. So his struggle will not go unnoticed. And even if he will ultimately die in an asylum, voices and the stories of his resistance to the local priest will arrive in the end back to the motherland, back to Ireland, and they will spark a revolution. So to wrap up this presentation, we can say that in the novel by Liam O'Flaherty, in Skerret, everyone is hungry for the other. Skerret, on one hand, is thirsty for knowledge. He tries to discover a new role for himself. He wants recognition, and he starts doing so by learning Irish and gradually leaving English. On the other hand, Father Mauclair wants more and more in terms of power, money, and influence, and he will do anything to satisfy his hunger, including eating alive the Icelanders and their very income. The Icelanders, on the other hand, are caught in between a bigger motherland domino effect where colonial powers...
Left. So sorry.
Oh, sorry, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Oh yeah, you still have 5 minutes left, so go on.
Oh, okay. So, I'm sorry, the audio is very bad from the room. There is a lot of reverberation. Yeah, in conclusion, again, everyone is hungry for the other. The bigger motherland domino effect crashes with its colonial power, both Icelanders and their resources, in a framework where the island's resources are only seen to support the economy of the motherland. This effect in Skerret exemplifies how colonial processes, how in colonial processes is easy to be cannibal and at the same time being eaten alive. And ultimately, islandness, this feature typical of islands, can be a weakness in this cannibalistic process in colonial cannibalism, but at the same time, it can also be a strength because
in facing a colonial power, islandness can never be digested in all its three aspects, as we've seen, culturally, ecologically, and geographically. So yeah, that's a wrap. Thank you so much for journeying with me into such a beautiful piece of Irish writing. And thank you so much for the time checks.
And our next presenter is Gina.
She's here, she's here.
Yeah, today.
I'm here.
Gina Weil recently completed her PhD in Scottish literature at the University of Congratulations.
Thank you. It's very new.
The thesis analyzed the uses of meat in contemporary Scottish fiction with a focus on gender and class. Her research interests in food in fictions and the body, providing critical engagement with and examining writing. We can now read Gina's publication on the body as a meat in eShop, an international e-journal for postgraduate research, while she also published work on Scottish women and their writing on Scottish women writers on the web and the Bottle Inn. Gina is the editor of the Literary Encyclopedia, in charge of contents of post-1945 Scottish writing and culture, while she also serves as the web manager for the university's Committee for Scottish Literature. Thank you.
I'm slightly messy, Gina, but I open up the organization.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction.
Slideshow mode
I'll do
first.
whatever works.
Okay, for the mess, everyone. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Well, thank you for such a kind introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to chat with you today. So my name is Gina. Today I'd like to be talking in particular about a motif that I'm really identifying in some contemporary Scottish fiction. That is particularly representations of cannibalism which are complicated by elements of the supernatural, the magical, or otherwise unexplicable, unexplainable. So to guide this discussion today, I'd like to begin with a sort of brief look at how cannibalism functions in a lot of Scottish fictions, tracing back to a couple of historical examples before we kind of point out some of the key symbolic meanings that I think cannibalism is communicating here. I'll then define exactly what I mean by complicated cannibalism before presenting a few examples from some recent Scottish fictions. So I'll work through three to point out three key ideas, and then we'll conclude together. I'll suggest how these complicated scenes change those symbolic meanings for Scottish fictions, and invite you to think about how the realism of a depiction of cannibalism shapes its impact, changes how you think about it. So I'll specifically be looking at examples in which bodies are physically consumed, physically enter another person's body, rather than more metaphoric, symbolic approaches which might complicate the complications even further. I'm discussing Scottish text today not only because this is my area of expertise, but also because it provides a really wonderful case study. It's a relatively small nation, but I don't think these ideas are necessarily limited to Scotland. What I do think is that the cultural history of Scotland really means that cannibalism has a very good home in Scotland. On the screen here, I have an illustration of Sawney Bean, or Christy Cleek, who's well known for haunting the coastal caves of Scotland around Girvan in the 1500s and 1600s. With a kind of history where you have characters like this in the sort of national psyche, it's really maybe not surprising that we see so many engagements with cannibalism even in the present day. Don't know if anyone's ever visited Edinburgh and been to the Edinburgh dungeons, but you would meet this chap here. So cannibalism certainly makes its way in Scotland. There's no shortage of representations of it in its fictions. We have a very certain tendency towards the Gothic that we can trace back a good few centuries now, at least, if not further, into the fairy tale and folk traditions of the nation. But it really does seem to chime with a lot of interest, particularly when you think about the sort of relationship between Scotland and England and concerns about the loss of culture that I think many people can relate to here. Scotland's legacy of the supernatural and fantastical writing really does mean that there is a lot here to pick apart. You might be familiar with some other texts, not just those, including those on screen, but like Michelle Faber's Under the Skin and that sort of thing that really show that we're very interested in consumption of the book. So there's a lot to talk about in complicated cannibalism as a whole, but I'll be focusing on Scotland just to give us a bit of focus, if that's okay. So if we take a look at some older Scottish fictions, these ones from the 1800s, we see our sort of traditional uses. Cannibalism used to reflect a culture that is other and therefore worse, or ways of representing the sort of horror of our will to survive, just how frightening our limits can really be pushed to. Cannibalism functions very helpfully for the plot of these two texts, but what's more important is that cannibalism represents more than just a baddie in a book or a frightening event that stresses the horror of war. What we've got here is some symbolic representations. This is a crowd who I think I'm quite happy to think you're all on the same page as me. Cannibalism is more than just eating people. It does a bit more than that. Yeah. So in Hogs, we see this use of this constant motif of cannibalism. It's picked up by Barbara Leonardi as suggesting a critique of the Napoleonic Wars, which were taking place just about the time of writing. It's not just about horror, it's about critique, about culture, it's about our relationships with each other. I think when we move into some more recent fictions, we're very open to this idea that cannibalism represents interpersonal relationships, how we engage with one another. And I've listed on the screen here a couple that I think the cannibalism fictions I'm reading at the moment are really picking up on. Some of these ideas we've talked about already today in some of the presentations, so it's really exciting to see just how prevalent they are. They're ultimately quite social. So cannibalism is something that's really worth digging into here. What I'm interested in particularly is how that big list of meanings is altered when the physical consumption of the body is absolutely not possible in our realm, in this sort of physical reality we find ourselves in. If cannibalism has a particular meaning when you kill and consume another person, is it warped or complicated in some way when you eat them in a way that shouldn't really be possible? Such as by growing 10 times your size, picking them up and popping them in your mouth. Is that still cannibalism? Does it maintain those same meanings, or is it doing something a bit different? So if I can return to that list, what I've done today is I've picked out 3 that I think are interesting. I've got 3 examples of short stories by contemporary Scottish writers, and we'll have a little bit of a chat. We think they have been edited, altered, or changed in some way by the fact that they are not possible. So Lorna Piatti-Farnell really helps us out here with a very succinct quote about how cannibalism helps stress animality, just to prove that I have not made this idea up. Someone else has said it as well. If cannibalism is about showing how we've shirked our humanities and are becoming animal, how does that change when our characters are animalized in some other ways? In Helen McClory's Lope from the 2018 collection On the Edges of Vision, we see a character who confronts her partner because the evening before he's gone out and killed a farmer. What we have in the title is a bit of a clue of how to interpret this text. Lope is a sort of bounding movement we might associate with larger animals, sort of derived from the Latin for wolf. I want to read this chap as a werewolf. What this does for us is it complicates things further. If cannibalism is about being animal, what if you're already an animal? What if you're already a wolf part of the time? What McClory does in this story is offer us something really interesting, because the scene is so incredibly domestic, so incredibly human. The partner asks her partner to be honest with her about where he was, what he's been up to. And she goes, did you eat anyone? And he says, yes, I even ate the bones. And the farmer, yes, him too. We have a very human sort of concept of species here, in that he's much more reluctant to admit the killing of a human. He places a higher value on that life. There are more consequences to that kind of consumption. But as a wolf, both of those are equally prey. Sheep and farmer are ultimately both consumable. So we see some real complications with species here, where someone is both animal and human, but still retains those kind of interests in species division. If this is a story that's ultimately about a relationship, it's hugely warm, it's very kind. The couple bring out a sheet of paper that says, days since last killed, 457, and cross it out. Start again from 1, which implies a sort of very consciously practiced sobriety, like kind of relapse, or more like a workplace accident, like days since last ladder. What it offers us is a really interesting human scene. So what we have is McClory is offering us a play with cannibalism. If this Piazza Farnell suggests cannibalism is animality, we already have an animal, and we're showing him in a really, really human light. He's domestic, he's loving, he's embarrassed, he's shy about his acts. So if to eat another person is frighteningly abhorrent, within the logic of the story, it's simply an unwanted hurdle, like staying out too late with your friends drinking. It's so normative. It's not monstrous at all. If we take a look at one of our other suggestions, this idea of domination or dominance over another person, I've borrowed a quotation here from Carl J. Adams, who suggests that particularly around men's consumption of women metaphorically in our culture, there's this idea that to consume someone is to completely dominate, annihilate their individuality and personhood, and contain them into yourself. Yeah. Because of the overt gender of this, I've picked a story from Kirsty Logan's collection from 2019 called Girls Are Always Hungry When the Men Are Bite-Sized. I think you can see where this is going, yeah. In this story, we have the depiction of a young woman named Eleanor who holds seances with her mother. These seances combine real supernatural elements like cherries manifesting in the air with sort of cheap parlor tricks like cracking her toes under the table for a sort of spooky sound. A man called Luke chances upon seances, and being absolutely determined to work out the falsity of these, determined to prove the theatrics of it, he increasingly invades Eleanor's body. It begins relatively innocuously, it becomes a total invasion of the self. He shaves her hair, takes off her clothes, looks in her vagina. Then Eleanor magically grows to preposterous sizes. She picks Luke up, consumes him whole, doesn't even touch the sides. What we have is a complete reversal of the sort of consumption of her body that we see earlier in the story, with something a lot more physical, a lot more real, not real, literal, this consumption of him. If we're talking about cannibalism as suggesting a sense of domination over another person, I think this is certainly a domination over Luke. There's a real sense of indignity that's conveyed in the insubstantiality of his body. He's only bite-sized. She's still hungry. It doesn't do anything. There's even a sort of sexual dig in this idea of not touching the sides. If this is about domination and demeaning another person through the annihilation of their personhood, is that what we're seeing? For a third one, if I may, there's a suggestion that human meat is the ultimate food. This is from a discussion in Jennifer Brown's book about a film called Ravenous, coincidentally feeling phenomenal Scottish actor Robert Carlyle. What we have here is this idea that this kind of meat is enriching, it's superior, it's carnivore flesh, it's extremely potent. And we see this played with in some really exciting ways in one short story by Heather Parry called The Small Island. In The Small Island from 2023, just last year, the magical elements of Jennifer Brown's statement are made absolutely explicit. A boat sets out from an island during a period of blight, searching for help at another small island nearby. Upon arriving on the shore, it's a bit quiet, so they send the only girl on board out to explore the island, and she reports back, there's been a plague, everybody is dead. They refuse to allow her to travel back with them, they leave her no resources and abandon her on the island to die on her own. After 3 weeks or so, completely exhausting all other resources, we see this unnamed protagonist begin to eat the human bodies that are already dead on the island. It's a sort of traditional survival tale that we might be familiar with before, but what really happens here is that as she eats her first piece of human flesh from a bicep, it grafts onto her body very physically. So instead of imbuing a sort of vague sense of strength from the body, it's very literal, and she ultimately ends up kind of Frankenstein together from body parts from everyone else on the island, selected for their strength, selected for their beauty. So she eats someone else's eyes and she's like, they're beautiful blue-grey, like I've always wanted. What we have is this kind of idea of an improvement upon her humanity. If we see cannibalism typically used to suggest a culture that is less civilized, less evolved, less human, what we have Parry playing with here is this idea that she becomes better. She's physically stronger, she's more capable of her existence, she's fishing and surviving very well on her own in a way that she maybe would not have if she had not consumed the bodies. This suggestion of healing is ultimately not applied to her emotional state. She does not forgive the people that left her, and when they return back in shame, she eats them. She eats them too. So if Brown suggests that cannibalism's mythology is highly restorative, strengthening, healing, Parry really pulls us to an absolute extreme. If I can borrow someone else's presentation title, she is what she eats, incredibly literary. Embracing her isolation, she's made absolutely monstrous. And she kind of lurks, waiting for new boats to pass by so she can continue living. So if I may, these two writers are making use of magical and supernatural cannibalisms in ways that I think ultimately enrich and deepen those original sort of symbolic meanings that we've identified. Rather than completely disturbing the narratives of cannibalism, these supernatural or magical elements emphasize, underline, strengthen the sort of connotations that it previously had. So if cannibalism is meant to query the limits of our humanity, think about animal behavior. Surely the cannibal as a wolf underlines that. If it represents an authority or control over another person, surely eating them whole and demeaning them through their miniature size strengthens that even further. And if cannibalism represents for us resilience and survival in impossible circumstances, surely literally gaining the strength and beauty of these body parts underscores that. These strange approaches to eating others allow these authors to pick up on cannibalism's key meanings and complicate them, combine them in some new and exciting ways. So while frequently skirting the kind of viscerality that we might be expecting from cannibal fictions, there's still a real element of horror in all of these texts. There's still a sort of suggestion of a frightening life out there where we might be threatened in our safety and comfort. I think there are other contemporary fictions that are really playing with this. One example I have on the screen is one I read recently, where we do see some sort of impossible cannibalism to explore in there. So I'm very interested, given the sort of current popularity of cannibalism narratives, to see how impossible cannibalism might become a bit of an interest as well. This is ultimately a very short presentation, and there are definitely more ideas to explore here. Even just from this selection, all three of my contemporary authors here are women writers, which really suggests that there's a gender angle worth exploring here. These are all short stories, because I tend to see short stories really do have a bit more interest in this kind of theme rather than a sustained longer narrative. There is so much to do here, but I really hope that this has sort of functioned as a beginner's introduction to thinking about impossible cannibalisms, how that might shape meaning, change how we think about eating others, and give us something to chew on. So thank you hugely for your time and attention. If anyone ever wants to chat, please do reach out. It'd be an absolute lovely, lovely opportunity to speak to you. Thank you so much.
And now we will our last presenter is Gina, who will be joining us online as well.
Gina, are you here? Can you
Yes,
hear
I'm
us?
here.
Great.
Gina is a recipient of the Royal Basic Scholarship Summer 2021 for research on neglected literary tradition for construed. And she's also a Islands Indian Institute PhD Fellow at Dublin City University. Her PhD is situated itself in the comparative colonial context of Irish and Indian modernism, focusing on James Joyce, the body, and the domestic novel. Her article has been published in Joyce Studies in Italy, the James Joyce broadsheet, the Modernist Review, and English Teachers Account, and wrote a relevant publication of English teaching on English study in India. Welcome, Gina.
Thank you so much. As per the introduction, I'm Janan Ashraf, and my paper is titled The Carceral Imaginary, James Joyce's Magdalenes and Prison as Metaphor. It is one of many papers in this conference to speak to the theme of cannibalism in culture and literature, especially against the more broader themes of colonialism and transnationalism. I'm thinking of this paper as offering a few responses to some of the questions that the conference poses, namely the connections between cannibalism and colonial imperialist capitalist project of legitimizing violence on savage or primitive populations, which can come to encompass colored, disabled, diseased, or gender fluid, and what Suzette Henck would call superfluous bodies, all of which, I argue, are vulnerable to violence. True to form, I will be examining two seemingly disparate modernist texts in the short story format. One set in the 20th century Irish context, titled Clay by James Joyce, and the other in the context of colonial modernism in India and its relationship to gender and domesticity. And this is titled That One by Rashid Jahan. Now, speaking to the theme of Joyce and cannibalism, Joyce's fictional portraits often offer plenty of instances of cannibalistic encounters or relationships. To illustrate this, Joyce's colonial city was in itself complicitous in crimes, its streets offering revolting spectacles, as Ulysses mentions, of mutilated soldiers and sailors, exposed scorbutic car drivers, suspended carcasses of dead animals, crimes of infanticide, and diseases in general. And all of these are listed in the Oxen of the Sun episode in Ulysses. Through his diagnosis of a colonial city in a state of paralysis, Joyce demonstrates how the present is always and already shrouded in the piteous vestures of the past. Now, as a paper that largely looks into the construction of what constitutes the normative and what is aberrant in Irish and Indian family cell, with a focus on Joyce's Clay and Rashid Jahan's That One, the interest in cannibalism for me comes from placing two disparate moments together to speak to one another. And these two disparate moments are in Joyce itself. The first one is a textual moment from Portrait, where Stephen asks, "Do you know what Ireland is? Ireland is the old sow that eats her farrow." And the second passage, which I think speaks to this one, is and it does that in not so obvious ways, is a letter that James Joyce wrote to his brother Stanislaus Joyce in 1906, and which I quote, "The meaning of Dublin by lamplight laundry, that is the name of the laundry at Ballsbridge, of which the story treats. It is run by a society of Protestant spinsters, widows, and childless women, I expect, as a Magdalene's home. The phrase Dublin by lamplight means that it is a wicked place full of wicked and lost women, whom a kindly committee gather together for a good work of washing my dirty sheets." I like the phrase because it is a gentle way of putting it. end quote. So this is Joyce's description to his brother of a carceral organization which in the carceral memory of Dublin is called the Magdalen Laundries. While there is nothing at the outset that suggests obvious instances of cannibalistic interaction in this particular passage, what struck me was how Joyce does three things in the letter. Firstly, he describes the concept of the Magdalen Laundry as a carceral system, which is created by the state to contain women who stray from the concept of the normal or the idealized Irish family. Second, he identifies who counts as wicked women in the carceral setup and the nature of work for these inmates. Third, despite the knowledge of the often very grueling conditions under which these inmates works, he is also complicitous in soliciting their services and calling, the washing of his dirty sheets by the women imprisoned in the laundries as good work. Now, such an act can only be read as a reflection of the contradictions of the modern world, where forces of capitalism and colonialism, in this case, produce the exploitation of women in the laundries, which can, as the theme of the conference implies, can only be described as cannibalistic. Now, as Cronin and Till have pointed out in a study published in the Irish Review, Ireland's carceral geographies, like the direct provision scheme, for instance, speaks to a darker history of the containment of bodies in Ireland, encompassing residential centres or holding camps, which further embodies the nation's memory of incarceration. The haunting memory of Ireland's incarceration is embodied in Joyce's texts, in its documentation of the lives of women in laundries, in asylums, in brothels, but also in the text's invocation to justice. In Oxen of the Sun, a dissociated narrator pretends that there are sins or evil memories which are hidden away by man in the darkest places of the heart, but they abide there and wait. Yet a chance word will call them forth suddenly, and they will rise up and confront him in the most various circumstances of vision or a dream. Joyce imagines his colonial city productively as a Foucauldian penitentiary, where the brothel, the house, and the church coalesce into carceral settings across not just Joyce's text, but also Rashid Jahan's texts, giving way to complex representations of liminality and corporality within carceral spatial locations in Stephen Hero, Dubliners, Portrait, and Ulysses. Charitable institutions that were founded in the 1700s to house and rehabilitate fallen women become veritable prisons for sex workers and unmarried pregnant daughters of Catholic families. Now, the coordinates of carceral topography in the colonial city are often largely determined by doors, the imagery of doors and walls, and confinement of body and mobility. And there's a scene in Portrait where Mr. Casey makes a speech from a wagonette and is sent and is recalled to prison. So all of this is imagined primarily as an encroachment into the private sphere for falling foul of a repressive moral code. Now, in the discourse of carceral topography and cannibalism, the prison subject typically experiences abjection. Now, one of the themes that was also set out in the conference was the relationship between cannibalism and emotions such as disgust, which is best captured in the concept of the abject. And when this comes to the prison subject, I think of it as occupying a liminal position between lifeless matter and living humanity, coming to occupy a position of the threshold. Now, the prison subject is also associated with the abject in terms of belonging to that category of what is expelled or ejected or cast out. So the construction of the carceral state is founded upon the operation of abjecting, which attempts to bring about social stability. As Martha Grace Duncan has argued, literature's portrayal of crime and criminals lends support to the idea that we imagine lawbreakers as the filthiest of filth, as decaying matter, or the paradigmatic type of filth or excrement which needs to be ejected. Now I'm going to take a quick detour to thinking about J.M. Coetzee classic Waiting for the Barbarians, where there's a specific passage which talks about a rumor that goes around that they, that is the barbarians or the natives or the indigenous, are diseased that they will bring an epidemic to the town, and that the kitchen staff refuse them utensils and begin to toss them their food from the doorway as if they were indeed animals. In this passage, disease is shown to be a convenient metaphor for savagery or primitiveness, which is again assigned to the racialized body here, keeping with Martha Grace Duncan's conception of the incarcerated subject not merely as filthy, but also contagious and diseased. In Coetzee's novel, the natives are linked to barbarians or savages and subject to torture and incarceration. As Rina Arya argues, when the boundaries between the self and the animal origins are threatened, as in cannibalism, the tenuousness of the boundary that divides the I from that which evokes disgust are let up, leading to the determination of the abject. In Joyce, abjection is not something that readers are preserved from. It is called into literary utterance as both prototype and springboard. Now, to quickly touch upon two moments in Joyce and Rashid Jahan. Firstly, figures such as Maria, the protagonist in Joyce's short story Clay, reflect the invisible labor of the superfluous woman, a term that was coined by Suzette Henck, to talk about the liminal figure of the woman in the ex-colonial metropolis who strays from the figure of the ideal woman, the one that is responsible of breeding the new nation. And then this superfluous woman in the colonial metropolis comes to encompass spinsters who join the unmarried woman in the category of the fallen women and who are perceived as liminal in their role as outsiders, whose disruptive and subversive behavior make them outcasts. In return for their labor in the laundries, these women receive disregard and disrespect. Now, to take a passage from Clay, Maria details how women in the laundries come by in twos and threes, wiping their steaming hands in their petticoats and pulling down the sleeves of their blouses over their red steaming arms. Words such as steaming hands and steaming arms indicate the grueling nature of the work of women in Dublin by lamplight laundry. And often these women are disfigured in terms of clothing and in terms of the way they carry themselves as a sort of penance for the way in which they carried themselves or the ways in which they strayed from enshrined Christian Catholic laws. Now, in spite of the years, when she examines her body in the mirror, she found it a nice, tidy little body. In the narrative, Maria seems to succumb to a sense of resignation in the conscription of the services of her nice, tidy little body to the state as penance for the superfluousness of her existence, indicating the many ways in which women and their bodies, entrapped in penitentiary movements, are beaten down by grueling labor and are fed upon by colonial and imperialistic projects. Now, to juxtapose this image of Maria and Clay in the very specific context of Irish colonial modernism is the figure of an unnamed woman who is called That One in Rashid Jahan's short story by the same name. And ironically enough, the same words used by Joyce in his letter to Stanislaus in 1906, describing fallen women as wicked, is repeated in Rashid Jahan's stories. And to quote a passage which describes the abject figure of the woman that is the protagonist and that is the other racialized figure in the story. On her daily visits to the school premises, the sweeper woman hurls the following abuse. She is a wicked woman, a prostitute. She is rotting away. Now that she is dying of disease, she has come for treatment. Such a wild creature should just be thrown out. Unlike Joyce's Molly Bloom, who is constructed as an object of desire by male participants in the narrative, here in Jahan, That One is constructed purely in terms of the male repulsion for the undesirable, diseased, institutionalized, non-consumable female as the abject other. Which finds its equivalent in the figure of Gertie, also in Ulysses, as someone who is lame and who ceases to be an object of desire for Bloom and is diminished in agency when her physical handicap as someone who is lame is discovered textually. Now, in Rashid Jahan's text, Safia, the female narrator, experiences a sickening revulsion towards That One upon encountering a twig of motia that the unnamed woman has picked up and touched, embodying further social attitude towards victims of sexual exploitation. Wherever the untouchable woman seated herself, the space would remain unoccupied. But no one would sit on the chair she had used. There was something so repulsive about her appearance, end quote. That one is described in a way that points to signs of bodily mutilation and disfigurement. You know, Sophia, I can't even eat after seeing her. The sight of her revolting face makes me want to throw up, end quote. The revolting face of the disfigured woman is often characterized by gory descriptions such as slimy mucus constantly dripping from the gaping red holes that were her nostrils. And in many later parts of latter parts of the story, she's also the unnamed abject woman is shown to encroach on the daily into respectable spatial locations such as the school premises. And this whole discourse of what constitutes as respectable and what constitutes as a fallen woman is also a part of colonial modernist discourse on the female body. Now, finally, as in Joyce, so also in Jahan, the abject can be productively thought of as a springboard to think about the ways in which the word discloses the subject. At the end of the story, the disfigured woman without name or lineage remarks, "Now you know everything," wailing and unwailing at the same time the inscrutable woman's desire to experience knowledge and reciprocity, even as she evades intimate reading. The substance that the disfigured woman swipes on the wall, not solid, not quite liquid, is part of her own bodily fluids, and which consolidates her position on the margins even further as she is transformed into an alien for the characters in the story as for the readers. Her presence is shown to threaten the clean boundaries of middle-class society with contamination. That one is repeatedly shown to transgress social codes and conducts. The disfigured woman earns, rather ironically, the wrath of even the working-class sweeper who transforms into a street urchin in pouring out a volley of abuses. In being a threat to civilization, which campaigns against abjection, characters in the story are shown to police their interaction with figures such as that one who, in her unstable body and with her bodily fluids, presents as a threat to the state. And with that, I'd like to conclude and leave some of the other parts of the text for further discussion. Thank you so much.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Matthew. I'm a resident scholar here and also coming. Sorry, I wasn't present earlier. We had some issues with catering. But yeah, I'm excited for this panel. It's on cannibalism, queerness, consuming desire, and identity in contemporary media. And we've got 3 exciting presentations. I'm also very excited because we have different career stages as well, and I think that's kind of the goal of the HI as well, is to bring different career stages together for conversation. So I think that's something also that I'm very excited about. So we have 2 in-person presentations and 1 online. Our first speaker is Dr. Nicole Hamilton. She's a graduate of Ulster University, where she recently completed her doctoral thesis on queer representation in young adult fantasy fiction. She has contributed to Eternum and the Irish Journal of Gothic and Horror Studies, and has a chapter in the upcoming Edits collection, critical readings on Hammer horror films. When she isn't researching, she can be found watching Real Housewives or playing Zelda. Very exciting.
We have your presentation, if that's okay. Sorry, everyone, just sharing screen.
I should also say we're going to try to keep it to 1 hour 20 minutes. So the presentations are going to be the same length, but we're going to get questions a bit shorter as well for the next panels as well. Take it away.
First of all, I just want to thank the organizers for putting on this event. I've been looking for a home for a paper on this topic for a while, so this was really exciting. I'll just start right in. So, as a horror fan, if you had asked me a couple of years ago if I knew of any cannibal movies, my mind would have immediately went to the likes of Cannibal Holocaust, Cannibal Ferox, even the likes of The Great Inferno, these really visceral, nasty films that use cannibalism as a foreign, more tribal concept. However, if you ask me now, my mind goes to Trouble Every Day, which I haven't actually seen because I'm terrified of Beatrice Dahl, but I will see it eventually. But Raw and Bonesball. And these films kind of connect cannibalism with things like lust and desire and are perceived as more art house, maybe a bit more elevated, although I do hate to use that term. But they contain an element of self-discovery, of eroticism and romance, rather than the disgust and horror that you would typically assume would come with a cannibalism film, although these films do very obviously contain those things as well. However, if we look beyond the scope of cannibalism, this desire to find romance within monstrosity continues to persist. Stories like Twilight, in which a vampire must continually fend off the bloodlust that he feels for his lover, continue to compel us time and time again. There is, it seems, a romanticism in a partner who wants to consume us but actively chooses not to. What then of the narratives in which our partner does give in to that temptation? So the crux of this paper will centre on two films that culminate in such an act, namely Jean Rollins' The Living Dead Girl from 1982 and Luca Guadagnino's Bones and All from 2022, with the aim of exploring how these films merge queer sexuality with something as taboo as cannibalism. And here I hope to shed some light on exactly why cannibalism has joined the ranks of the vampire and the zombie as an act metaphor for queerness. So as I've already alluded to, romancing or sympathizing with the vampire, or with the monster, isn't exactly a new concept. In his book, The Changing Vampire of Film and Television, Tim Kaine identifies three major eras of depiction of vampires on screen: the malignant cycle, 1931 to 1948, the erotic cycle, 1957 to 1985, and the sympathetic cycle, 1987 to present. Earlier depictions of the vampire, such as Nosferatu or Dracula, infuse elements of eroticism and sympathy, but they primarily function as agents of fear. We are supposed to be afraid of these characters. And as time goes on, the sexual aspects of our interest in vampires comes to the forefront, resulting in vampires being depicted in a more overtly romantic light. Catherine Deneuve's Miriam, who, that is not her, but I just wanted to show Susan Sarandon instead. Sorry. Catherine Deneuve's Miriam in The Hunger is as alluring and sensual as she is dangerous, but she, as with most vampires of this era, ultimately is the villain of the piece. This element of romance and sensuality did, however, make room for an emerging grey area. These vampires are villainous, but for at least a time, they are charismatic romantic leads, and it is this that makes room for the sympathetic cycle, which, as you can see from the date there, we're still in. And this cycle, Kaine characterizes as depicting the vampire as a tragic and sensual figure who seeks only to live a normal life, not combative. And zombies too have had a similar trajectory, moving from their more traditional and, I would argue, still more prevalent depictions as simply bodies looking for their fleshy feast in the likes of Night of the Living Dead and Lucio Fulci's Zombie 2, or Zombie Flesh Eaters, or, you know, there's like 15 other titles. Do you know which of any more of them?
The zombie. Yeah. Zombie Flesh Eaters. Oh no, it's Zombie 2. Yeah, because it was meant to be Dawn of the Dead. No, yeah, sequel. Yeah.
Great film, everybody, please check it out. But a more sympathetic approach has been taken in the likes of Warm Bodies, In the Flesh, and iZombie, with the zombie shifting towards a place of protagonist rather than antagonist. However, as with the earlier depictions of the vampire, the zombie is still primarily a monster that represents fear. In a review for Bones and All, Brian Egert said that, unlike other monsters from vampires to zombies, cannibals haven't been turned into accessible or romanticized figures. There's a lingering dread about consuming another's flesh, as opposed to, say, simply drinking their blood that crosses a line. And although I kind of agree with his point, generally I disagree with the idea that cannibals haven't been turned into accessible and romanticized figures. And the reason that I'm drawing comparisons between these three quote-unquote monsters is because at their core, they all do the same thing. While vampires and zombies are not technically human anymore, they appear human enough that we are still able to identify them as human adjacent. Undead or not, it's still horrific to watch a zombie tear
a person apart in the film, partially because of their close proximity to a regular person. Cannibals function in much the same way. All three consume human flesh and or blood. All three are at least humanoid in their physicality. All three are or were regular people until something changed, whether that be a vampire or zombie transformation or their first taste of human flesh. So what has shifted? Why do we now view this human monster with such romance? As said by George Bataille, a kiss is the beginning of cannibalism. The actual act of cannibalism itself, to connect your lips to someone else's flesh, has an inherent sensuality to it. And this is something that we can see in all three of the monsters that I've referenced so far, the zombie, the cannibal, and the vampire. The monstrous nature of all three is tied up in their desire to bite, and this physicality is something that I would argue adds a strong element of sexuality and eroticism to the depiction of the violence of the cannibal in particular. If we think of the film Raw, in which the protagonist Justine, her journey from childhood to adulthood is directly parallel with cannibalism. We can clearly see the conflation of sexual desires with cannibalistic ones. In the still that I have here at the bottom, we can clearly see, that she's having sex with her roommate, and this rouses a desperation in her to bite him. And instead, she refrains and bites her own arm instead, and orgasms almost immediately afterwards. And I think this parallel works especially well whenever we're dealing specifically with queer identity. Because watching a character realize that they want to eat someone and subsequently trying to deny and hide that feeling is something that many queer people can, at least on some level, relate to. Many of us have directly experienced that moment of panic when you realize, oh, I'm not supposed to be feeling this, these feelings are wrong. And the remainder of this paper will then focus on two films that feature characters who, rather than denying that desire, give into it, and how we can then interpret their portrayal of cannibalistic consumption in a queer context. A crucial aspect of that differentiates these two films is the nature of perspective. Whose perspective are we seeing the events through, and how does this change or warp what we see? In The Living Dead Girl, we follow a number of characters, including Catherine, our titular Living Dead Girl, and a couple holidaying in France. But our most clearly defined protagonist is Helene, a regular human girl, or as regular as a person can be in a genre land film, who stumbles into the dreamlike world of the supernatural and the Gothic. In the film, Helene is utterly devoted to Catherine and attempts to satiate her desire for blood and flesh by luring unsuspecting victims to the castle. Here, we are privy to Helene's heinous acts, but I would argue that we are simply spectators in them. The nature of Roland's dreamlike aesthetic roots his films firmly in a more fairy tale-like world, and although it is immersive, it provides a degree of separation from the audience. In Bones and All, however, we have a clear protagonist in Maren, whose journey and exploration into cannibalism is the crux of the film. Our point of contact for this world, which in many ways is very similar to our own, is Maren. The monster here then becomes the protagonist, shifting our sympathies to a creature that would typically function as a villain. And this perspective shift is something that I've touched on in my doctoral thesis, specifically following the trajectory that the Twilight saga takes in Bella's journey from human to vampire. Many modern fantasy romances, such as Twilight or the book series A Court of Thorns and Roses, result in the protagonist becoming the immortal creature rather than simply entering into a relationship with them. In a modern context, we are not content to simply be romanced by an otherworldly creature, but we want to become them as well. And it is this idea that we see come to fruition in Bones and All. One of the most effective ways to track this perspective shift is to examine how the film treats Maren and Catherine's monstrous journeys in their respective films. In The Living Dead Girl, Catherine has died 2 years prior to the events of the film, only to be resurrected by a chemical spill on her grave. She is immediately murderous, killing the men who caused the spill. However, we see flashbacks of Catherine and Helene during their childhood, in which Catherine says, "I'll never leave you, I'll always love you." And it becomes clear that the violence we see her enact after her resurrection is not inherent within her, but is instead a result of the supernatural event that happened to her. Moreover, the scene establishes that her connection with Helene preempts her zombie transformation. In doing so, the film reaffirms that a queer reading of their relationship does not hinge on Catherine's undead state, but rather exists outside of it. Instead, Helene's love for Catherine transcends her monstrosity, exemplified when she tells Catherine that they should have known I'd always love you, even if you are different. Contrastingly, in Bones and All, Maren's experiences with cannibalism follow a similar trajectory to that of a young queer person's journey of self-discovery. Maren's cannibalism is inherent within her from the get-go, demonstrating a direct parallel between cannibalism and queer identity. We witness her at a sleepover with a group of friends, during which she is shown intimately lying beside another girl. And there's a moment where we think that they're almost about to kiss, but Maren bites off her finger instead. And the reveal of Maren's cannibalistic desires then roots them in queer attraction. The Living Dead Girl does, however, contain elements of human consumption that are coded as queer. When Helen discovers that Catherine needs to feed, rather than allowing her to do so on the dead bodies in the crypt, she cuts her own arm and offers it instead. And this scene has a very sexual charge to it, with Catherine feeding directly from Helen's wrist. And it cements the depth of Helen's dedication to Catherine as she intentionally puts herself in harm's way to satiate her. At this stage, Helen doesn't know if Catherine has any control over her urges, so she does this willingly, knowing that she might actually die in the process. Later, Helen lures a woman back to the castle, and when Catherine attacks, the scene becomes highly sexual, and Helen runs around the castle, haunted by the sounds of the woman screaming. Although she is clearly guilt-ridden for causing the woman's death, the intercutting of Catherine's feeding mixed with Helen's despair reads almost as jealousy, as though Helen cannot bear Catherine feeding only somebody else. And speaking about both this film and Trouble Every Day, Olney writes that both scenes conflate death and arousal in a distinctive way. Catherine and Flor take an equally sensual, even sexual pleasure in bloodletting, and the terrified cries and anguished moans of their victims are at certain points indistinguishable from sounds made during the act of love. And the Living Dead Girl's depiction of consumption is then heavily rooted in sex, desire, and attraction, even despite Helen and Catherine's childhood relationship. Looking at Bones and All, we get a similarly metaphorical depiction of queer cannibalism, albeit in a very different way. Here, Guadagnino fleshes out this world through the introduction of various subcultures that have emerged between cannibals themselves. Along Maren and Lee's adventures, they stumble across several other cannibals, including Brad and Jake. Unlike Maren and Lee, Brad is not an eater or a person who is compelled against their will to eat human flesh. Instead, Brad is a quote-unquote regular person who just happens to also want to eat people. And he's being taught how to kind of seek out other eaters by his companion, Sully, or Jake. And this creates an important distinction between the eaters and the typical cannibal, instead aligning them more closely with the vampire or the zombie, who typically cannot control their urges. Moreover, Maren displays disgust at Brad's proclivities, horrified that he would choose to do so when he doesn't have to, as she does. I think this then makes their cannibalism more easier to stomach for the viewer, so to speak, as it becomes more in keeping with fictional monsters. And for anybody who doesn't know who this man is, this is David Gordon Green. He's the director of the Halloween remakes, and I intentionally chose this picture of him looking really weird because this man is my mortal enemy, and I get it. So I just wanted him to look for a couple of minutes. Don't watch those movies, they're terrible. So earlier in the film, Maren encounters a man named Sully who tells her never eat another eater. And this establishes a very firm moral code to the ways of the eaters, or at least to Sully. And we see that even within the cannibalism community, if you can call it that, there are taboos that one must not venture towards. In doing so, the film portrays a normal way to be an eater and a queer way to do so. And this is reinforced if we think about cannibalism in the same terms as sexuality. To eat someone different to you is acceptable and even encouraged, and to eat someone the same as you is not. And there's an obvious line to be drawn there between same-gender attraction. Towards the climax of the film, Lee says, you want to eat people, or they do eat people. You want to be people, let's be people. To which Maren replies, yeah, let's be them for a while. They then move into an apartment to start their new normal life together as a regular couple. However, we soon find out that Sully has been tracking them and breaks into their home. In a struggle, Lee is fatally stabbed and he begs Maren to eat him, bones and all. She initially says no, but eventually concedes and engages in that most taboo act of cannibalism, to eat another eater. And Sully's intrusion serves as a disruption of their normal life, and quickly becomes a reminder that they are only cosplaying as regular people, but cannot ever truly live a normal life. Instead, Maren's consumption of Lee solidifies them both as other. And if we think about this scene in conjunction with the climax of The Living Dead Girl, which is still at the bottom, the imagery is strikingly similar. Prior to the final scene, we see Catherine biting people and licking blood, but we do not see her eat, as we do here. She tears off the skin of Helen's neck, she bites the flesh of her arm, and bites a finger off, bones not. And Hines refers to this scene as a simultaneous crescendo of violence and melancholy beauty, as the audience experiences horror at the violent brutality of Catherine giving in to her dark desires, while simultaneously mourning Helen's sacrifice. This juxtaposition is then a direct result of Catherine's inability to control her bloodlust. In Bones and All, however, the horror is a result of something more external. Lee's death is a result of Sully's actions, not of Maren's. And we are horrified by the prospect of Maren losing him, as he is now the only family that she has. And her consumption of him then functions as something like a reverse abjection. Rather than something that was once a part of her now being separated, Maren consumes Lee to ensure that he becomes a part of her. Cannibalism here then becomes a way to love and honor Lee, resulting in the film's ending being laced with tragic romance rather than simply tragic horror. And while both films end, you guessed it, tragically, there is a romanticism in how they are portrayed. Both Helen and Lee sacrifice their own bodies so that they can become one with their partners, albeit for differing reasons. However, I would argue that The Living Dead Girl depicts violence as the inevitable result of Catherine's inability to control her bloodlust, which is a result of her now inherently monstrous nature, one that she simply cannot overcome. Catherine's monstrosity is an unsolvable problem that destroys the lives of those she loves. And for many queer people, this kind of narrative is extremely familiar. Within film and television and literature, queer monstrosity has been portrayed in such a way that demonizes it and requires it that it be defeated in the end, or at least that it must be viewed as something harmful. Bones and All, however, reminds us that even those deemed monstrous who commit the most inhumane of acts are capable of love. Maren's mother may think that the world of love wants no monsters in it, but that doesn't stop monsters from loving and being loved in return. Thank you.
Nicole, I am fascinated by the idea of cannibal community now. The next speaker is Caitlin Brown. Caitlin is a current MA student at Lancaster University. They are studying criminology and social research methods. They are hoping to carry on to a PhD at Lancaster University to research further into queer cannibalism and stigmatization. Their first class undergraduate dissertation focused on queer cannibalism and how the social construction of hygiene culture intersects with taboo consumption. Their queer identity and existence as someone known for being interested in weird things inspire much of their work. I think so. And yeah, should probably also state the title of the presentation. Sorry, I forgot to speak off. But Caitlin's presentation is called Meats Back on the Menu, a critical analysis of dirty nets in relation to queer cannibalism in Hannibal and Done.
So, hi, this is my first conference, so if I forget to breathe or anything, I'm all right. Just walking through it.
Very excited. On the show.
So this is basically just my undergraduate dissertation. But yeah, I worked on it last year. So for additional labels, often labeled as cannibalistic, criminology ignores the most deviant form of consumption and sort of pushes it to the side and labels it sort of a colonial and barbaric. We don't do it, we're not like them, we're different. So it's just not covered at all. There's no theory or anything that covers it.
And in the UK, there's not actually any sort of law that explicitly legislates against cannibalism. There's the Human Tissue Act, which sort of covers the rights the human body has after death, but nothing like explicitly like you're not allowed to eat people. So for this, I took a queer chronological approach, which focuses on how cannibalism is a part of an intersectional identity. It's not you're a cannibal, that's it, that's the biggest part of your identity. It's how your cannibalism interacts with your class, how it interacts with your sexuality, your upbringing, everything like that. So, how we stereotypically understand cannibalism. It often falls victim to the ethnocentric patriarchal cishet lens held by criminology and academia as a whole. Western thinkers have labelled cannibalism as a total abandonment of humanity or complete lack of civilization and morals, when in reality the majority of cannibalism happens as sort of grieving and mortuary processes in non-Western cultures. So the Mayaruna tribe, when visited by a white anthropologist, asked, would you not rather have your remains eaten by your kinsmen than the maggots in the ground? So being eaten after you died is a sign of respect, and they're not just casting you away once you've died, they're holding on to you. As well as that, the Wari tribe believed that the ground was cold, wet, and polluting, so also bearing relative respect. You were taking them in and keeping them with you even after they died. So I think it's inappropriate to just generally label cannibalism as an abandonment of humanity. So can't really label cannibalism as an abandonment of humanity when you're eating people that you love. That's humanity. That's what it is. It's loving other people. So lots of examples of where we see cannibalism in modern culture. A little bit different. A lot of them mainly in Western English-speaking characters that are in a life or death situation. The only option they have is to eat the other people. Because that's what mainstream audiences like. They like the gore, they like the horror and the violence of it. If it was just ritual cannibalism, it was normal every day, it wouldn't be as interesting, I guess. So I'm focusing on NBC's Hannibal and Netflix's Dharma. I consider them both queer, despite Hannibal's not explicit queerness, whereas Dharma's obviously very explicitly queer. But so Dharma focuses on the murder and cannibalism committed by Jeffrey Dahmer throughout his life, using what's described as a fictionalized version of the character. It's not aiming to be an exact replication of the true story. It's built up for audiences and what they like. The show contains explicitly gay themes, with Dahmer's sexuality being integral to who he is and why he built and did what he did. But Hannibal is also a reimagining, created an adapted character from Thomas Harris's original novels. The show is described as a prequel to Red Dragon and a sequel to Hannibal Rising. The show has attracted a massive LGBTQ fan base as a result of the borderline homoerotic friendship between Hannibal Lecter and Graham. However, there are no explicitly gay scenes in the show. I will talk about how the characters' cannibalistic behavior interacts with their queer identities and how we understand the dirtiness of their characters in relation to this. So, when comparing the two characters, I used a framework surrounding dirtiness as a social construction. Hygiene culture is a result of large-scale religion and colonialism. Nothing is dirty in itself. It's only dirty because we've been told to believe that it's dirty. So things that are seen as deviant or bad, transgressive, are labelled as dirty as they're a threat to social order, such as homosexuality. Using Krasiva's concept of abjection for this work, she proposed that things are considered abject that disturb the order or natural system. Food can be considered abject when it is a border between two distinct entities, human and non-human, or a boundary between nature and culture. Displaced bodily fluids can be understood as abject, causing anyone who interacts with them to be labelled as dirty, as they're going against the natural order of being inside the body. Also using the concept of liminality and the sort of understanding of in-betweenness and ambiguity for the human body. So fear of cannibalism can be linked to fear of liminality and objection and transgression of moral orders. So the characters' relationships with dirt are integral to how we see the characters. So looking at their relationship with mess, Dahmer is shown to not clean up the bodies of his victims for days and just keeps them lying around his apartment, after he's murdered them, and he just keeps his normal clothes on when he kills them. He just does it and doesn't worry about getting a mess anywhere. So this lack of care towards becoming contaminated or getting fluids on his clothes shows that he doesn't care about whether he's clean or dirty. He just wants to do it. So, and Lecter is a stark opposite to this, with cleanliness integral to his high-class character. Lecter only kills in his home where there are no other options, as well as donning a see-through plastic coverall suit while he murders. This reinforces how highly he values his appearance, not wanting to get his suit dirty, but making sure that his victims see how fancy and stylish he is. And after the murders, he only harvests the victims' organs and meat he needs for his meals, and then makes the rest of it into a piece of art, so none of the body goes to waste. And considering the character's occupations and career history, Dharma is shown to be unable to hold down a steady job, but when he did, he took on jobs that were considered low skilled in the food and medical industries. His lack of sort of care or need for a successful career also adds to his dirtiness, because he doesn't want fancy things, he doesn't want a nice house, he just wants to survive and get through. But this is very different to Lecter, who was a trained doctor all the way through medical school and eventually became a psychiatrist. Although they both have experience in the medical field, Lecter's medical experience is valued more highly because he's been through it more, he's paid more money for it, and he charges more money for his service. And their closeness to humans and food products. So Dharma works in a deli cutting meat and stirring chocolate. But he also uses medical training from the army to get a job as a phlebotomist, taking blood in a donor center. This willingness to be close to things considered unclean adds to his overall lack of care and dirtiness as a character. Although Lecter had experience with working closely to the human body, he eventually settled in psychiatry, but being a psychiatrist allowed him to keep a separate, clean boundary between him and his patients while cleansing them. His cleansing role is very important to his character. So the character's relationship with dirt helps the audience form ideas about whether the character is good or bad or justified in their actions. So how the characters treat meat is also very important, as it depicts how they feel about what they're eating. For Dharma, he shows a continuous lack of care for his victims after killing them. He often killed his victims messily in his apartment and later prepares their flesh with household items rather than proper cooking tools. And Lecter uses fancy chef's equipment in his special meat preparation basement to show how much he respects the meat and how much he cares for what he's doing. For Lecter, it's not just a meal, but a work of art from start to finish. It also matters where the two are preparing their victims. This is another reflection of their character. Ionescu presents the idea of interior as interiority, which means that how you decorate your home reflects how you interpret the world around you. Dharma's small and dingy kitchen, paired with the lack of general homeliness in his apartment, is a perfect replica of his attitude and his lack of care for himself and others. Lecter's home is full of artistic decorations, books, and historical artifacts showing his love for knowledge, art, and culture. His large house contains his therapy office as well as a meat preparation basement, allowing him always to keep his work separate from his hobbies. Intentions are also important as it decides the motivation behind the act and whether in the end it was justified or not for both the character and the audience. For Dharma, the killing is only a means to an end, hoping to create a sort of zombified sex slave, and not actually enjoying the killing part of the act. For those he didn't experiment on, he burned off their flesh in vats of acid for the end goal of making a satanic shrine with the bones and skulls of his victims. Sort of similarly, Lecter treated his acts as creation of art, turning something ugly into something beautiful, creating Gothic pieces of art, and not letting any of the body go to waste. His quote, "Whenever feasible, one should eat the rude," explains why he targets the victims he does. Another way the two characters are different is in the way they treat the meals made from human flesh and who they serve the meals to. Dharma only serves human flesh to another person on one occasion, describing it as similar to pulled pork, keeping his taste a secret and private act just for him to indulge in. This is most likely due to the sexual nature of his behavior and wanting to be intimately close to his victims. However, Lecter describes the meat he serves his peers as common farm animals, such as pigs and cows, reminding us of the derogatory way in which he views his victims. Utilizing the liminality of meat further makes the audience almost forget what Lecter has done and what he is truly serving to his friends. Compared to Lecter's plain, unseasoned chunks of meat, Lecter's spreads of food are beautifully grotesque, replicating the high-class taste of the character. As well as comparing visuals, it's also important to consider the sound design used in the shows. In Dharma, there's a lack of music when he's killing and cooking. It's just the sounds of like drilling and like screaming to really remind the audience what is going on. But when Lecter is cooking and preparing this beautiful classical music to really reinforce how highly he values it and how high class it is. So Lecter's respect of the meat almost justifies it to the audience. He's doing it because he loves it. He's doing it because he's giving to other people and he's making art. Whereas Dharma's sexual motivation, where it's just for himself, isn't really as justifiable. Cannibalism can be inherently linked to sexuality and a desire to be close to others, as there's not really closer form of intimacy as consuming and breaking down someone else's body parts with your body. In addition to this, the queerness and concept of dirtiness are inherently linked due to the history of moral panics and past treatment of queer people as dirty, a result of their transgression from societal norms. Dharma's sexuality is explicit in the show, with his sexual interest part of his motivations for killing and mutilating his victims. He's shown masturbating over the bodies of his victims, as well as memories of fish innards from his childhood. Lecter's sexuality is unaddressed in the show, but he is shown to have sort of sexual relationships with two of his female colleagues. And Dharma chose his victims with his sexuality in mind, targeting men that he found the most beautiful. The sexual nature behind his crimes adds another layer of disgust for the audience, furthering Dharma's character as someone with serious issues. Different again, Lecter maintains his cleanliness, as there is no sexual nature to his crimes. He is merely targeting those who he deems rude and asserting his male dominance over them. Romantic relationships are also very important when assessing queerness, as romantic and sexual interests can look very different. Research suggests that models of romantic relationships are formed during childhood through the imitation of adults. Dharma is shown to continuously fail at romantic relationships, possibly as a result of his childhood trauma and his parents' unhealthy relationships. Although Dharma does manage to find a romantic relationship with victim Tony Hughes, he later murders Tony Hughes and then leaves him in his apartment for days on end. Despite the fact that Lecter is having sexual relationships with these two female colleagues, he's not really sharing intimate moments with them. But who he is sharing intimate moments with is Will Graham. Although they do not physically consummate the relationship, their relationship is described as a courtship by a psychologist, and they do lots of hand and head touching and lots of eye contact, which is normal in a relationship. The show eventually ends with Lecter and Graham covered in blood plummeting off the cliff in each other's arms after consummating their relationship by killing a man together. I think it's fair to consider that both these characters are queer, although their relationships may be a bit unconventional, although Lecter maintains his clean image through not engaging in homosexual sex, whereas Dharma further dirties his image through homosexuality and sexual attraction to ghouls. For Dharma and Lecter, their cannibalism is not a defining characteristic of their dirtiness, but their motivations behind their actions, along with their social class and sexuality. This is why it's so important to consider cannibalism in relation to other parts of an individual's identity, and not just focusing on their cannibalism as a defining characteristic. In general, cannibalism can become inextricably linked to sexuality, acting as a representation of stigmatization of deviance from social norms and popular media. We need to move away from just considering cannibalism as a horror trope and acknowledge how it can be utilized in other genres to provide symbolic meaning. However, there is a risk with creating shows like Dharma that create distorted versions of true stories. Despite breaking Netflix's viewing records, the show received a large amount of negative attention for romanticizing his crimes and not representing his victims in a respectful way. His relationship with Tony Hughes was completely fabricated. In real life, Dahmer did not have any kind of romantic relationship with any of his victims. The glorification of Dahmer is not common in true crime culture and should be handled with care when media corporations are creating true crime media for their masses.
Thank you, that was very good. And it's very promising for the future work. So very excited. Our final speaker is online, and I believe she's here. Shreya Mukherjee, is Junior Research Fellow at the Department of Indian and World Literature in English and Foreign Languages University in Hyderabad. She's working on representation of motherhoods in the Indian epics for her doctoral research. Her areas of interest are mythology, women's writing, translation studies, and post-colonial literature. She did her MA in English Literature from English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad, and completed her BA in English Literature from Banaras Hindu University. Her presentation is called Tasting Taboos, Exploring Cannibalism and Cultural Commentary in Contemporary Popular Culture. Take it away, Shreya.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, I'm going to share my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's afternoon in Dublin, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for introducing me. And as it's already mentioned, the title of my paper is Tasting Taboos, Exploring Cannibalism and Cultural Commentary in Contemporary Popular Culture. Why contemporary popular culture is obsessed with cannibalism? The blunt answer, I guess, would be it's a taboo, and so it sells well. Cannibalism is the ultimate taboo topic in human civilization, largely due to the deeply ingrained cultural and moral aversions to the act of consuming human flesh. Despite its taboo nature, the topic has been explored in literature, art, and popular culture throughout history. However, in 2020s, we see a surge in films and TV series that deals with cannibalism. But what led to this rekindling of interest in cannibalism in popular culture? In the next slide, I will walk you through the dominant trends in American popular culture since the beginning of 21st century. I have categorized 21st century popular culture into 4 distinct phases to better understand the dominant trend during each of these phases. The early 2000s is characterized by superhero movies. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11 terror attacks, superhero movies gained immense popularity in USA because these movies explored themes of racism, political anxiety, and cultural conformity. The period between 2005 to 10 witnessed the craze of vampire love stories with the release of mega blockbusters like Twilight series and Vampire Diaries. These vampire stories dealt with the challenges of adolescence, exploration of intense emotion, and the struggle of relationship, with a dash of the supernatural, making them relatable to the target demographic. The popularity of the zombie movies with the Walking Dead series dominating the market in the 2010s can be attributed to the reaction against the excessive melodrama of vampire love stories. The popular culture in 2020s is interested in cannibalism, and there are various reasons for this rekindled interest. The first few years of this decade had been especially tumultuous with global pandemic, political turmoil, environmental degradation, etc., which can evoke stress and anxiety. People want an escape from this dreadful reality, and cannibal movies are the perfect escapist fantasies, but not something that's too far-fetched. Cannibalism is a taboo, but it's also terrifying and is packed with a lot of shock value, and that is why it becomes such a tantalizing theme. What makes a cannibalism story interesting? First, it confronts our relationship with food and our bodies. Second, it challenges our relationship with various forms of consumption. And third, a well-written cannibalism story balances the many nuances of the genre. In the next few slides, I will be attempting an in-depth analysis of the following movies and TV series to explore how they portray cannibalism and how they use it to comment on several contemporary socio-political issues.
my first film for discussion is Fresh, which was released in 2022 and was directed by Mimi Cave. The follows Noah, a young woman bored of her loveless life, decides to try her luck in online dating. Through a dating app, she meets a charming and handsome man, Steve, whose real name is later revealed to be Brendan, and he claims to be a plastic surgeon on his dating profile. However, their romance soon turns sinister when Brendan drugs Noah's drink during a date, causing her to fall unconscious. Upon waking up, she finds herself in Brendan's home, chained in captivity. Subsequently, Noah realizes that Brendan uses dating apps to lure women and then abducts them and sells their flesh to his wealthy cannibal clientele. Noah, discovering his gruesome secret, plots her escape while exposing Brendan's horrifying practices. Fresh uses cannibalism as a tool to explore various themes like meat as a metaphor for women, consumerism, contemporary dating, and commodification of female body in society. Many people have anxiety about nuclear war, and that is why there are so many end of the world movies being made every year to tap into this collective fear. However, we don't usually come across people who are afraid of being eaten by a cannibal because we know that we have higher chances of stumbling upon a serial killer than a cannibal. So one could say that we as a society have constructed a certain safety net with regards to cannibalism. However, this movie, through the lens of cannibalism, captures a fear that afflicts innumerable women worldwide. Never before women, especially from third world countries, had so much freedom in choosing their potential romantic partners. Online dating has revolutionized dating dynamics in both positive and negative ways. It has become very easy to assume a fake identity behind the anonymity of the digital wall, like Brendan, who assumes a fake name and profession to lure Noah into becoming his next victim. It's a fear that's all too real for women. Through the trope of cannibalism, this movie also highlights a kind of repulsive consumerism. An article discussing this movie that was published in Vogue says, the people have so much money that when they get something, they want everything. It might not even be great to eat someone, but it doesn't matter. They have a few billions, they will find out. Cannibalism therefore runs parallel to extreme wealth and privilege within a capitalist system in which wealth often comes at the expense and exploitation of other less privileged humans. The next movie that I'll be discussing is Bones and All, which was released in 2022 and directed by Luca Guadagnino. The film is set in 1980s USA and follows Maren, an 18-year-old girl with a history of cannibalism since childhood. She lives with her father but is eventually abandoned by him, after which she decides to seek her mother, who had left home right after Maren's birth. In her search for her mother, Maren is approached by an eccentric man named Sully, who introduces himself as a fellow eater and teaches her that their kind can identify one another via scent. He says that he wants to take care of Maren and takes her to a house. In this house, they find a dying old woman and Sully asks Maren to eat her. While reluctant at first, Maren does join Sully in feeding on the old woman's body. However, she decides not to stay with Sully and escapes him. Further in her journey, she meets another fellow eater, Lee. They go together on a road trip across USA and eventually falls in love. Lee confesses to Maren that he had killed and eaten his abusive father. Later, they settle down in Michigan, living a regular life. However, one day, Sully, who had been stalking Maren, breaks into their apartment and threatens to kill her for rejecting him. A violent altercation ensues between the couple and Sally. The couple succeeds in killing Sully, but Lee is mortally wounded during the struggle. As his dying wish, he asks Maren to eat his body, bones and all. Bones and All uses cannibalism as a symbol to explore the themes of self-loathing, guilt, trauma, isolation, and the ultimate consummation of love. It also comments on class disparities, and through the characters of Maren and Lee, both social outcasts, the film highlights the alienation experienced by people living on the margins of society. The choice to incorporate cannibalism into the narrative also serves to amplify the themes of love, desire, and sacrifice. As Maren consumes the body of Lee, the film explores the idea of an all-consuming love, quite literally. It highlights how love involves a willingness to be completely vulnerable and interconnected, even to the point of self-sacrifice. By eating Lee's body, Marion will always carry his essence within her, even though he will henceforth be physically absent. In the context of cannibalism and the ultimate consummation of love, I would like to quote Helen Sixu. She writes in her book, Stigmata, "For us, eating and being eaten belong to the terrible secret of love. We love only the person we can eat. The person we hate, we can't swallow. That one makes us vomit. Even our friends are inedible. If we were asked to dig into our friend's flesh, we would be disgusted. The person we love, we dream only of eating." Next, I will be discussing Yellow Jackets. It's an American television series created by Ashley Lyle and Bart Nickerson. At present, this TV series has 2 seasons. The premise of the first season is set in 1996 and centers around a New Jersey-based high school girls soccer team called Yellow Jackets that travels to Seattle for a national tournament. While flying over Canada, their plane crashes deep into the wilderness and the surviving team members are left stranded for 19 months. The series chronicles their attempts to stay alive as some of the team members are driven to cannibalism. The second season of the series focuses on the lives of the survivors 25 years later in 2021, as their past ordeal continues to affect them many years after their rescue. This series explores the psyche of human beings as a biological creature rather than cultural being. Similar to William Golding's Lord of the Flies, this series follows a group of teenagers stranded in the wilderness and their attempts to survive its ravages. It explores how the integral essence of civilized human beings change when they operate exclusively under their survival instincts. It challenges the criteria of morality and questions the dichotomy between good and evil. This series is a poignant commentary on how the notion of humanity is effaced when it is faced with the challenges of survival. It also explores the themes of grief, addiction, PTSD, and the seedy underbelly of female friendships. Yellow Jackets incorporates cannibalism within the Greco-Roman framework of mythologies. Before analyzing the cannibalism myths embedded within the show's narrative, it is pertinent to take a look at the various types of cannibalism. Endocannibalism, it is the consumption of an individual who belongs to the same tribe as the eater. Endocannibalism is practiced to appropriate the attributes and qualities of the deceased as a part of the grieving process. Mortuary cannibalism, it is a form of endocannibalism and entails consuming only small portions of human flesh, which typically are ingested by the deceased's blood relatives. Exocannibalism, it is the consumption of an individual from outside one's own community, often performed as an act to cause fear among enemies or to celebrate victory against rival tribes. Survival cannibalism, the label makes it pretty obvious. It is a form of cannibalism that is done as a desperate measure for survival. It becomes evident that all types of cannibalism, except the last one, operates on the premise of appropriating the deceased's qualities by feeding on their flesh. In Yellow Jackets, the first act of cannibalism committed by the group could be categorized as survival cannibalism. However, as the series progresses, the consumption of flesh of different people had drastically distinctive impact on the eaters based on their relationship with the deceased, thereby incorporating the myth of you are what you eat in their acts of survival cannibalism. Jackie was the first body that the group ate, which marked their collective fall from innocence to corruption. Jackie was the captain of their soccer team and represented the popular girl trope. Her elegance and sophistication symbolized the civilized world of modernity. Hence, her death and subsequent consumption of her flesh marks the collapse of the laws of civilized world order and the emergence of irrationality, chaos, and superstition. With feeding on her flesh, the group of teenagers transitions into a cult. While indulging in their first act of cannibalism, the group's disturbed mental state due to days of starvation makes them collectively hallucinate that they are positioned in a Greco-Roman world of the wilderness god Dionysus, who smiles upon their wickedness. It is worth noting that Dionysus was also called Omophagus, which translates to raw eater, and his worshippers during nights of Bacchanalia left him offerings of raw meat. After cannibalizing their first human body, the group crossed a line of darkness from which there was no return. However, rather than commenting on their moral frailty, the narrative chooses to present the utilitarian aspect of cannibalism, which was essential for their survival in the wilderness. The concept of blessing embedded within the horror of cannibalism can also be explored in the episode in which the group feeds on Jackie's flesh. Jackie saved the group from the looming danger of death by starvation by providing sustenance through her flesh. It was indeed a worthy sacrifice. Yellow Jackets therefore taps into the human survival instinct through the lens of cannibalism and ancient myths associated with it. It opens a window into the psyche of 21st century modern humans who consider themselves to be far removed from the darkness of their long forgotten ancestors. Are we morally superior to cannibals? Often, the cannibal characters in movies are initially portrayed as vegans or vegetarians before they descend into their cannibalistic tendencies. This stark difference in eating habits of the characters not only highlights the contrast but also serves as a commentary on the environmental and spiritual consequences of flesh eating of both humans and non-human animals. In Bones and All, there is a scene in Slaughterhouse where Maren and Lee share their first kiss. In this scene, Maren comments that animals have families too, implying that humans who consume animal flesh are not fundamentally different from cannibals. And that is why the normal people don't get to stand on a moral pedestal condemning cannibals. This brings me to the conclusion of my paper. Every decade in the last 60 years has produced a few significant films that explore cannibalism. Therefore, the films and TV series of 2020s that I discussed are not pioneers in initiating dialogue on the ultimate taboo of cannibalism. Throughout the decades, cannibalism has retained its shock value, but what it symbolizes has changed over time. In the films produced during the 1950s and 60s, cannibalism was used to portray the gruesome and savage ways of the other and how they differed from us, the civilized products of modernity. In contemporary films and series, cannibalism is used as a metaphor to explore issues of environmental degradation, meat industry, debates over women's reproductive rights, gender dynamics, sexual identity, and the all-pervasive capitalist exploitation of disenfranchised people. Thank you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity for presenting my work.
So Annie Diesekamp is a freelance curator, researcher, and cultural worker. She holds a research MA in cultural analysis from the University of Amsterdam and a BA in art and visual history from Humboldt University in Berlin. Her research focuses on contemporary art, affect theory, new materialism, and animal studies, with particular interest in transculturality, sickness, embodiment, and objection. She's curated and co-curated several interdisciplinary festivals, such as the Holsten Festival in Dublin, Germany, and Bergstone in Maxim Orton Theatre in Berlin. Upcoming publications include On Care, Porosity, and Transcultural Artistic Practices. Interview with artist Lynch in Soapbox Journal for Cultural Analysis. He's based between Amsterdam and Berlin. And whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. So yeah, thank you for having me. I'm very glad to be attending, if only digitally. Of course, I would love to be there in person, but I'm going to make the best of it. I will start sharing my screen, and maybe you can just give me a quick sign if you can see everything and also hear me well. Okay, so you should be able to see it.
Yes, we can see and hear you properly.
Okay, perfect. So my presentation is called Toward a Transcorporeal Aesthetic in Expanded Cinema, Reflections on Flesh, Meat, and Becoming Edible in Pauline Cornier-Jardin's Fat to Ashes and Mika Rottenberg's work Dough. Expanded cinema since the 2000s has explored new ways of figuring human matter as edible, as microbes, as flesh and meat, or as breast milk. Cannibalistic or para-cannibalistic riffing abounds. This paper is an inquiry into the possibilities of a transcorporeal aesthetic in expanded cinema. I will consider two works of art and attempt to illuminate a philosophical predicament and anatomize aesthetic practices. I just want to say I'm using the term expanded cinema here as a pragmatic label for video works and film works that expand or also stretch the boundaries of traditional cinema into more installation-based works. The two works I will be discussing are Dough, a 2006 work by Argentinian video artist Mika Rothenberg, and Fat to Ashes from 2021 by French filmmaker and visual artist Pauline Cuny-Jardin. My guiding question for the analysis of these two works will be, how is the human body rendered edible in contemporary expanded cinema today? This presentation is part of a broader ongoing inquiry into transcorporeality and its aesthetics, into depictions of the edible body and contemporary expanded cinema since the 2000s. Why I've paired these two works of art for this presentation in particular will become clear in a moment. For now, I just want to say they're both occupied with representations of the feminized body, with permeability, with fleshiness, and materiality. The works I will discuss play with cannibalism in different ways. Anthropophagy, as we will see, is ambient, implied, though never explicit. I will now turn to my first object of analysis, Dough by Mika Rothenberg. In the 7-minute video installation, 4 uniformed women, who are all sex workers Rothenberg hired for the work in a mock bread factory, knead an endless pile of dough, working their sweat, snot, and tears into it to accelerate the leavening. The dough flows top to bottom in this microfactory through different holes from one booth to the next, where different workers belabor it, knead it, mold it, and make it rise. The process starts with tears and sweat. One of the workers, Raki, whom we see in this picture, turns one of her work surfaces around, revealing a vase with flowers as well as a small fan. Another worker turns a gear to activate the fan, and Raki starts inhaling the pollen. In an allergic response, her breath rhythm changes and her eyes tear up. We then see the camera's gaze trace her tears as they roll down her cheeks, arms, and all the way down her legs, quite sculpturally presented in the video, until they finally drip from her toe through a hole in the ground. When her tears meet the tiles a level below, they evaporate with a sizzle. Meanwhile, a pair of feet activates a foot pump whose tubes are directed towards the dough. A time lapse now shows the dough leaven and rise in the sweaty, humid air. So here we have a transcorporeal Rube Goldberg-like industrial dough production operation in which sweat provides the right humidity and tears serve as the leaven. Judith Hudson described the scenery as, I quote, a sinister cross between high street beauty salon and sweatshop, end of quote. The term sweatshop is in fact made literal here. The video closes with the dough being vacuum sealed, a scene that reads like a strange fantasy of containment. But of course, the viewer sees through the fantasy. We see the collapse or permeation of boundaries. The bodies on display are leaky and porous. They resist any containment. So would we call this a representation of cannibalism, or even ingestion at the visible level of a human consuming another human, or even only food or a product? The consumer who is going to eat the product manufactured here remains absent from the scene. Yet dough is preoccupied with forms of incorporation at the microbial scale, or the level of dough itself. Workers' fingers are imprinted onto the masses of dough. Their sweat and tears are dripping from their bodies and onto the dough. It is through these moments of incorporation that Rothenberg figures the visceral relationship these workers share with the consumers who will ultimately ingest their food product. At the same time, the artist draws a visual analogy between the workers and the dough they belabor. Their own skin and fleshiness is mirrored in the gigantic masses they work on. Tessa Brown has described this equation as follows, I quote, "The lengths of dough handled by these women seem to take on the characteristics of their own flesh, something to be managed and tended, revered, controlled, and pampered." End of quote. Consecutive frames draw visual parallels between the dough and the workers' fleshy bodies. The moist and greasy dough glistens with sweat, skin-like. The kneading resembles a massage, and when the dough is stretched out into a long rope, like in this still here, it resembles the long fingers of one of the workers. The most useful concept for our analysis might be that of transcorporeality. The term transcorporeality, developed by ecofeminist scholar Stacey Alaimo in Bodily Nature, Science, Environment, and the Material Self from 2010, is most useful here. To think of bodies as transcorporeal means to acknowledge their materiality and porousness and to foreground the body's relation to other bodies through a continuous exchange of matter that runs through them all. Transcorporeality thus describes the inseparability of human and more than human matter and inevitably challenges the dichotomy of a contained autonomous subject on the one hand and inert nature on the other. To become transcorporeal is to become undone as a subject. It challenges the notion of anthropocentric subjectivity. It might also throw a wrench into definitions of cannibalism. Food for Alaimo is, I quote, perhaps the most palpable transcorporeal substance, end of quote. What we eat becomes us. Dough's premise or its implication is that even if we aren't eating the other is always in our food, however ambiently. In manual food production, a microbial enmeshment between worker, product, and consumer is inevitable. Maya Hay has described this phenomenon of microbially ingesting the other with the term anonymous intimacy. According to Hay, this intimacy arises whenever we eat food that was manually produced by another person. The microbes on their hands get enmeshed with the edible product and thus, upon ingestion, with us. My point here is not that dough simply makes visible what transcorporeality means or is. To state that the work merely illustrates a concept would not do it justice. Instead, my point might be that what we see here forces us to really rethink what it means to be eaten, to reconsider the boundaries of what we can even call cannibalism, to enter the anonymous or microbial intimacy that dough displays, one could argue, is both cannibalism and yet not cannibalism. By means of affect, the work puts us in precisely that gray area. I will now turn to my second object of analysis, which is Fat to Ashes by French filmmaker Pauline Kearney-Jardin. It's a 20-minute Super 8 film and a bit harder to describe because it threads a few different documentary strands together. At the center of it is the story of Saint Agatha, a Christian martyr in the 3rd century whose breasts were chopped off after she refused to marry the pagan governor Quintianus. Every year, the streets of Catania in Sicily become the site of processions and celebrations in Agatha's honor. Fat to Ashes documents these processions, the balloons, and the reenactments of Agatha's torture. The film threads such impressions with footage of 2 other events, at first glance unrelated: the festivities of Rosenmontag at the Cologne Carnival and the ritualistic slaughtering and butchering of a pig, the latter of which will be my focus for the analysis that is about to come. Cutting between these scenes, Fat to Ashes collapses them into each other while building toward the climax of Agatha's martyrdom at the end of the film. I'm going to focus on 3 tendencies in the film, on what we might call the film's own allegories. First, the analogy between dough and flesh. Second, the analogy between flesh and meat. And finally, the analogy between the feminized body and dessert. As Agatha's martyrdom comes closer, images of dough abound. We see someone's hands belabor a mass of dough, tear it into fist-sized pieces, and round those pieces into what will later become a particular Sicilian dessert, mini di Virgini, in Italian for virgin's breasts. The small Sicilian delicacies that result from the dough are little ricotta cakes topped with maraschino cherries to resemble breasts, consumed in honor of Agatha's martyrdom. In the consumption of these breast cakes, the feminized body becomes figured as edible or consumable, if only metaphorically, both as the commodification of the feminized body, but also in the Christian logic of the Eucharist, except that the host here comes in the form of cake. While we witness the tearing and ripping of dough, we hear a voice tell Agatha's story of mutilation. These scenes are placed alongside imagery of the butchering of a sow. Here, by means of montage, Pauline Koenig-Jardin draws visual analogies between flesh and dough, as well as human flesh and animal turned into meat. She does so by employing what Laura Marx has called haptic visuality. Haptic visuality, Marx writes, is, and I quote, is distinguished from optical visuality, which sees things from enough distance to perceive them as distinct forms in deep space. In other words, how we usually conceive of vision. Optical visuality depends on a separation between the viewing subject and the object. Haptic looking tends to move over the surface of its object rather than to plunge into illusionistic depth, not to distinguish form so much as to discern texture. It is more inclined to move than to focus, more inclined to graze than to gaze. End of quote. Plunging us into the materiality of dough and meat, Pauline Koenig-Jardin blurs the boundaries not only between different materialities, but also between us viewers and the material landscapes on the screen. We can also place fat to ashes in an art historical tradition. Consider Francis Bacon's painting 1946, here on the left side of the screen, created in the aftermath of World War II. The canvas shows an interior with pink walls and a red and black carpet. Against the pink background rises the slaughtered body of an animal. The open carcass gapes at us in all its carnality. As if crucified, the animal's legs are spread wide, forming a cross that takes up most of the painting. At the center of the painting, a human creature is perched in front of the dead animal. Veiled in a black robe, the figure faces us head-on, encircled by two other carcasses clamped in a roundel, evoking even more of an association with crucifixion in the Christian visual tradition. Gilles Deleuze, in his book on Bacon, reads the painter's work as an expression of becoming animal. Like other forms of becomings in Deleuzian thought, becoming woman or becoming child, becoming animal defies simple summary or definition. In short, becoming animal describes a condition of flux that destabilizes the subject. In this instance, stability is substituted by something that withstands definition. Becoming animal can thus be best described as a form of non-identity, which allows for the ultimate freedom of all beings, human and animal. Deleuze himself describes the concept as, quote, a zone of indiscernibility or undecidability between man and animal, end of quote. In painting 1946, Bacon blurs the contours of human and animal body. In the shadowy dark depths of the carcass, we cannot make out the boundaries between what is meat and what is flesh. Body becomes carcass and carcass becomes body. Through the analogy between animal and human, Bacon here illustrates an idea about our meatness. What Fat to Ashes and Painting 1946 share is this linkage of slaughter and crucifixion. A short scene in Fat to Ashes shows the slaughtered sow, here on the right side of the screen, hanged on a rope, her legs spread wide, both a sexualized representation of the sow and evoking the association of a crucifixion. Both in Bacon's and in Koenig-Jardin's work, meat and the crucifixion become the side for and signifiers of the suffering self. This suffering, as both artists seem to suggest, is, to use Deleuze's words once again, and I quote, the common fact of man and animal, end of quote. The characters Bacon and Koenig-Jardin present to us then operate not only at the level of becoming animal, but also on the level of becoming meat. What distinguishes Fat to Ashes is that it pointedly genders this becoming meat. In Koenig-Jardin's logic, to be equated with meat is to be feminized, or even to be subjected to sexual violence. Agatha, according to the legend, was sent to a brothel by Governor Quincianus after she rejected his desirous pursuits. There, Agatha remained imprisoned for 30 days before she faced more bodily violations and eventually died of physical torture. Francis Bacon once stated, quote, of course we are meat. We are potential carcasses. If I go into a butcher shop, I always think it's surprising that I wasn't there instead of the animal, end of quote. Koenig-Jardin's answers to that seems to be, not all of us are meat, but some bodies are more likely to be rendered as meat than others. And so Fat to Ashes fits with a lot of theory that we could cite here, among them Carol Adams's Sexual Politics of Meat. Adams identifies a connection between feminization and animality in cultural representations of butchering and sexual violence. Fat to Ashes narrates this connection by means of montage and metaphor. The slaughtered animal body and mutilated feminized body become interchangeable, from eroticizations of the slaughtered sow to the subjugation of the feminized body to violence. So far, the works we have seen have confronted us with our own ontological condition of being edible, as microbes in Mika Rottenberg's work, and more allegorically as meat in the work of Pauline Cuny-Jardin. Mapping out the complex relationship between meat and flesh, we've been confronted with the ontological nature of our bodies as carnal and edible. For the final part of my presentation, I will now turn to a different condition of edibility, to that of the feminized and more specifically maternal body as dessert. I will arrive at an interpretation of that body as the site of cannibalism and extraction of a particular kind. This extraction derives from the particularly transcorporeal condition of the mother as lactating. She is the site of food production and edible through her production of breast milk. Discussions about the mother as food, Irina Aristakova writes, have been widely avoided by scholars so far, quote, due to an omission from and acknowledgement of mothers in various productions, cultural, philosophical, and biomedical, end of quote, as well as, quote, due to the challenges that the topic of eating the mother presents within feminist discourse, end of quote. Yet in the words of the scholar, once again, quote, the mother is all kinds of food, liquid and solid. She is meat and drink at the same time, end of quote. And to think of the maternal body as edible opens up new ways of thinking intersubjectivity and, quote, new ontologies of self and non-self, end of quote, and as I would add, our material condition. For Aristakova, the maternal body becomes edible in two scenarios, as milk and as placenta. Fat to Ashes, in fact, captures both scenarios of eating the mother. Breasts here become desserts, and, if only allegorically, the maternal body imaginable as edible. I will start with the aspect of the milk. The mutilated breasts repeatedly appear both as sugar-coated breast cakes wrapped in paper liners, ready to be consumed, and in the Christian iconographical tradition, as putti holding trays with Agatha's severed breasts. Such images are then alternated with footage from animal slaughter. Some of this imagery even explicitly zooms in on the slaughtered sow's teats, suggesting a strong analogy between the extractability and edibility from and of the feminized body, the human and the animal one. After all, the little breast-shaped cakes do not only resemble breasts, they are also partly made of milk, filled with a mix of ricotta and sugar. They taste, in the words of the artist herself, like animal. The production of mini divirgini thus relies on the extraction from the maternal animal body, from cow or goat or sheep. Shaped into the form of human breasts, these little cakes then allude us to the relationship between human and non-human mammals. Of course, Cuny-Jardin's film operates at the level of formalization and literalization. Fat to Ashes takes the symbolism that revolves around Saint Agatha and her breasts and then redoubles it. The result is her materialist understanding of the maternal body as milk. Fat to Ashes renders breasts made from breast milk as a delicious dessert. If anything, eating the mother here seems more uncanny than abject. So what I mean to say here is basically that by mixing allegory and extremely material imagery, there is some kind of rematerialization of the allegorized breast cakes. And just as a side note, and that is what I want to end with, in German, as Eva Maria Simmons has pointed out, we find, quote, an evocative word for the placenta, Mutterkuchen, mother cake, which evokes the flat cake-like shape of its base, but also the special nature of this generous food gift, end of quote. So of course, I'd like to think that the artist knows about this linguistic detail. After all, even if this might be a little bit of a stretch, one could read her representation of the little breast cakes as allegories for the mother's meatness through the placenta. And I thank you all for listening.
Hi, John. The next speaker is Michael Sutton. He's in person.
We have your file here. Just trying to pull it up.
Oh, no, I'm just going to read.
Oh, exactly.
Thanks to your bio. So Michael Sullivan is a British poet, writer, and artist based in London. He's published 5 books of poetry, the most recent of which is Ironic Combined. He also edits Underground Journal and Press. He's currently completing practice-based PhD at the University of Leeds, researching and responding to Neanderthal language and accent.
I'll start right in. It's called The Call to Cannibalism, Neanderthal Communication and the Creative Act. In A Modest Proposal, Jonathan Swift invokes the most abominable taboo to serve his ironical treatise against the inhumane poverty prevalent across 18th century Ireland, cannibalism. Specifically, the socially sanctioned cannibalism of infants. Why cannibalism? Why, among the myriad moral infringements of man, is cannibalism so emotive? A century on from Swift, Engels would tackle the issue of British poverty with a different tact, eschewing hyperbole altogether, deeming the unprecedented magnitude of the event its own intensifier. Perhaps by this point, irony had become a dull blade for tackling this drawn-out tragedy. However, the aesthetic propulsion of A Modest Proposal is not only ironic, but sarcastic, meaning literally to strip off the flesh. Swift turns the cruelness of cannibalism on the aristocracy like a bloody mirror, and the consumption and commercialization of infant flesh becomes the apt metaphor for humanitarian absence. One of the core questions of this paper is how else can cannibalism be metaphorized and human flesh made, as Swift puts it, beneficial to the public? I will interpret the taboo of cannibalism with this question in mind, considering its historical resonance from the earliest known instances of cannibalism in prehistoric Europe. We will soon come to a cannibalistic band of Neanderthals in late Pleistocene France. But to understand what it is to eat another human, first you must understand what it is to eat and what it is to eat flesh. One of the most curious things about eating is its correlative yet dichotomous relationship to speaking. Each are intrinsically social processes, utilizing the very same orofacial musculature, yet there is a pronounced psychosocial division between these two mouth acts. At dinner, we should always fully swallow the food in our mouths before responding to our fellow diner. It is incredibly impolite to, quote, talk while you eat. If we are particularly ravenous, or the meal is particularly delicious, eating is sublinguistic, as even the internal monologue is ceased by ineffable pleasure, and the closest noise to language we can muster is Eating has the power to strip us of our words, much like the trance-like state of sexual ecstasy, where flesh again becomes a kind of divine material. Eating holds great influence over human psychology, occasioning profound ecstasy, but also leading to harmful disorders and restrictive practices. Many religious followers show humility and self-discipline before God through fasting. Some Catholic nuns have been known to fast almost continuously, only ever consuming the Eucharist, literally God, literally flesh. Although the action of eating appears counterposed to language, it's still very much an act of communication. From the transferal and conversion of physical and metaphysical information, nutrients, calories, textures, and tastes, to the silent conversation between eater and food, carnivore and carcass. The eating of flesh is perhaps the most visceral culinary experience for humans. It is, in a sense, the closest you can come to auto-cannibalism, excluding the occasional chewing of fingernails. When we consume flesh, we consume our own bodies, which are not just vehicles for communication, but irrepressibly expressive in themselves. Our gestures, facial expressions, and bodily postures convey meanings that are integral to our communicative reality. These non-verbal signals often trump language in revealing our true emotions. Note, The dreaded silent treatment is a well-established method for communicating how you really feel. Perhaps we lack the language to express our most complex sensations, and self-consumption is the only reasonable telos for this feedback loop of the communicative body. To quote Lyotard, this is when the human beings who thought they could use language as an instrument of communication learn through the feeling of pain which accompanies silence that they are summoned by language not to augment to their profit the quantity of information communicable through existing idioms, but to recognize that what remains to be phrased exceeds what they can presently phrase, and they must be allowed to institute idioms which do not yet exist. Thus, the human animal must come face to face, mouth to epidermis with herself whenever she is served a plate of meat and dumbly devours it. When filtered through the mind of the guilty meat eater, all too aware of the torture on their table, this everyday interaction exposes a host of contradictions in the flesh-eating consciousness. Though the meat eater may be able to rationalize their actions or own up to their cognitive biases after the fact, the intake itself is languageless, a weighty quiet between man and beast, through which the distinction of these very signifiers is obscured, so that every man who suffers is a piece of meat, and meat becomes a common zone of man and the beast, their zone of indiscernibility. I think we had that quote in the last presentation as well, which is interesting. One of the first archaeologically agreed upon instances of human cannibalism dates back around 100,000 years to the Moulin-Guercy cave in France, where studies show evidence of exocannibalism, including signs of meat sliced from the bone, removal of the tongue, and thorough brain and marrow extraction of Neanderthal corpses hailing from outside the Moulin-Guercy-based band. If eating is sublinguistic, yet still a subtle act of communication, what exactly is being communicated between human living and human dead in the cannibalistic deed? To answer this question, at least in the case of the Moulin-Guercy Neanderthals, we should attempt to ascertain the reasons behind their anthropophagy. Despite the apparent technological magic of DNA analysis, this science cannot account for the whys and wherefores of human activity. Prehistory abounds with informed speculations, but there are certainly no concrete explications. Below, I will consider two common causes for cannibalism, ritual and subsistence, to retrodict the possible cultural and communicative imperatives for Neanderthals. We can surmise from the sites of funerary cannibalism from the late Upper Paleolithic period that ritual cannibalism has been a feature of human societies for at least 15,000 years and remained a prominent component of mourning and spiritual growth for many cultures up until the 20th century, when modern governments began to outlaw the practice among indigenous communities. Reviewing the documentation we have on ritual cannibalism, from the cannibal hymn of ancient Egypt to anthropological studies of cannibalistic cultures, such as the Wari of the Brazilian rainforest, one theme that recurs is the purported transmission of some metaphysical force from the dead that strengthens the bodily and spiritual essence of the living, with the flesh being a kind of posthumous gift given by the deceased donateur. Ritualism is far less common in cases of exocannibalism, but where it does appear, the instances are often connected to violence and celebration of victory in war. The ritual consumption of the enemy is purposed to, quote, deprive the opposing tribe of the soul stuff or courage or fighting strength of the cannibalized warrior, and to transfer those qualities to the cannibalizing tribe. Here, the dead body is less of a gift, more struggle goods, and the dialogue between eater and eaten amounts to a dehumanization of the other and fortification of self and kin. Assuming that the Neanderthals of 100,000 years ago had the faculty for complex abstraction, it is not outside the realms of possibility that the Moulin-Guercy band participated in similar ritual cannibalistic acts. Neanderthals were just as violent as other early hominids, and there is little reason to believe there would be no instances of tribal warfare between culturally diverse bands, leading to such rituals which are, it seems, relatively common among a wide variety of human societies. Of course, modern cases of cannibalism are not limited to indigenous communities. Instances of European cannibalism can be found from the 11th century, with reports of what Cedric Robinson calls commercialized cannibalism appearing during a period of famine, with sightings of a man offering human flesh for sale, ready cooked on a butcher's stall in Burgundy. Robinson does well to differentiate commercialized cannibalism from that of a solely subsistent imperative, as although this medieval marketing of human flesh was undoubtedly linked to famine and the resultant lack of resources, the pricing and sale of said flesh creates a further layer of objectification which trivializes the cannibalistic act. This distorting division would certainly not have existed for Neanderthals or any pre-fiscal subsistence cannibals, and though we are unable to say whether cannibalism was taboo for our prehistoric cousins, and though its archaeological rarity denotes some reluctance to engaging in what would be, for all intents and purposes, a game theoretically opposite act, a la a modest proposal, making the dead beneficial to the public. I should say that although Neanderthal methods of communication can be analogized to modern humans, I believe their relations and perceptions would likely seem alien to us. We can see by the difference between their cave markings and those of anatomically modern humans that some Neanderthals seem to have a far more elaborate, almost surrealistic poetics for the creation of forms in space, which might point to a far more abstract notion of reality altogether. Thus, the transferal of our politics and biases onto their culture may be misguided. However, this does leave a compelling lacuna to fill when considering the aesthetic aberration of Neanderthal cannibalism. In the story of the garden, Eve took the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. But far from satisfying their hunger, their small feast exposed a terrible secret. The appetite grows by eating, a secret that eventually came to serve as a judgment upon the living, what is commonly called love, namely the desire of satisfying a voracious appetite with a certain quantity of delicate human flesh. This quote is taken from Divine Hunger, a poetics of cannibalism by the American poet and playwright Sherrod Santos. Santos seems to see the potential for a creative metaphor of cannibalism, which contravenes and calls into question the taboo which has confounded artists and academics for centuries. Divine Hunger performs a cannibalization of literature, from the Bible to Lucretius to Lewis Carroll, invoking the symbiosis inherent between authors, thus performing an anonymizing of itself as a text. This method conjures a form of cannibalization native to the business world. The business studies definition of cannibalization is, quote, the reduction of sales as a result of a similar product being introduced to the market, i.e., the profits of Coca-Cola were cannibalized by the emergence of Pepsi. It is no surprise that the metaphor makers of the business world can see that the consumption of things is a fine balance. Similarly, on an individual basis, when we consume something, we do not just possess it and house it, it becomes a part of us. It is subsumed, and a part of us is lost in return. When we drink a glass of wine, we are not only taking it within ourselves until the imminent evacuation of its majority, we are taking within ourselves, thus silently communicating with each spatio-temporal step the event of the glass of wine took to reach our lips. The planting of the seed, the sprouting of the bud, the growth of the grape. And we must always make way within us for this concatenation of narratives. Of course, as far as we know, grapes do not have thoughts. The consumption of the human, the consumption of experience itself, is a far more psychically complex act. Upon consumption of the human, all their thoughts, the thought horror of dying of starvation, the thought horror of dying in battle, all their thoughts become your thoughts, grasping for the vibrations of a voice, waiting to be regurgitated into the world as those new idioms which Lyotard implores of us. And it appears we may be seeing signs of this regurgitation in our present reality. On the 22nd of February 2024, the New York Post published an article headlined "ChatGPT glitches out, rogue AI responding in nonsensical Spanglish gibberish." The article reports on various users being confronted with absurd ramblings from the usually measured and syntactically sound chatbot. One user who asked ChatGPT for recommendations of Bill Evans' albums received the following response, quote, "Up for the quieter heartbeats and sophist such as the coming book for Waltz for Debbie and the legendary Sunday at the Village Vanguard. Enjoy the stages of ether in music time," and the response with extra grand closes. "Happy listening, happy listening, happy listening, happy listening, happy listening, happy listening. Personal, personal. Enjoy the content at home or big watches, always in perspective with the tailor knows I'm living." The handlers of ChatGPT, OpenAI, have confirmed that they are aware of the issue and are currently looking for fixes. But what is there to fix? As a poet, I can confirm that this is very good poetry. I can also confirm that if you ask a non-malfunctioning ChatGPT to write good poetry, it will write very bad poetry. So what is going on here? Is this what happens when a creative system consumes not just flesh, not just literature, but nigh on every published utterance in human history, the internet itself, billions upon billions of words, booked down in one order and disgorged in another? And who is to say which particular arrangement of symbols makes sense? At least this is one speculation on the poetic consequences of cannibalism. As I become more and more bogged down in the interminable regurgitations, I find myself drawn back to the Neanderthals. Because if these cannibals did have a history of thought with which to contextualize their actions, it was certainly unwritten, and one would imagine far less corrupted by medium and metaphor. A numinal cannibalism, a cannibalism in itself, an essentialism we can only strive for in literature and the arts. Unable to come up with a clear conclusion myself, I will finish with these inconclusive words from Thomas Brown. "All flesh is grass" is not only metaphorically, but literally true. For all those creatures which we behold are but the herbs of the field, digested into flesh in them, or more remotely carnified in ourselves. Nay, further, we are what we all abhor, anthropophagi and cannibals, devourers not only of men, but of ourselves, and that not in an allegory, but a positive truth. For all this mass of flesh which we behold came in our mouths, this frame we look upon hath been on our trenches. In brief, we have devoured ourselves, and yet do live and remain ourselves. Cheers.
Speaker is Sarah Kursaro. Sarah. Not sure where There is a second-year PhD student in Global Studies at the University of Makarata. Research project focuses on the evolution of citizenship in contemporary China through an analysis of the interplay between the evolving technologies of subjectification, the narratives about modernization and the reinvention of tradition. It aims to shed light on the entanglement of philosophical tradition and modernization, shaping the Chinese citizen, while addressing the relation between technology and the political space of contemporary China. The research is guided by the works of philosophers of technology, Bernard Stiegler and Yuk Bai Hui. The expected results aim to contribute to the understanding of the impact of technology on citizenship in China and globally. Thank you.
Well, thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and sorry for my accent.
This talk aims to read the Chinese sci-fi novel Red Ocean, in which cannibalism plays a crucial role, through the lens of philosophy of technology and its reflection on the environment of human technology and time. In the first of the 4 volumes of the sci-fi novel Red Ocean, hypnotically titled Our Present, the author, Hanson, immerses the readers in an underwater and dystopian world. The red ocean of the title is inhabited by monstrous creatures and humanoids provided with webbed hands and feet, gills and fins, body mutations and skin's vibrant colors. The storyline follows the youth, maturity and decline of Starfish, an aquatic humanoid, from his birth in the oceanic depths to the misdiscovery of the true meaning of civilization until his coronation as king of the ocean and eventually his death. At the same time, the first volume is the narration of the collective story of what remains or what has become of humankind, a post-humanity living in the abyss after genetic manipulations that allow the human species to live underwater. It is a humanity originated by a technological fault or guilt, who seems at the same time a humanity at its origins, proto-technological, but also a humanity regression directed towards its extinction. The Red Ocean is at once a collective protagonist and a mysterious stage in which Starfish feels like being observed from behind red curtains. Hanson describes an oceanic ecosystem going insane, where any taxonomy is impossible. Deformed and mysterious creatures inhabit the oceanic depths, uncanny predators hide everywhere due to food scarcity, and humanoids' lives are short and affected by illnesses, pain, and violent death. As water seems burning and bubbling, they are filled with debris and metal bits, and the aquatic creatures rapidly mutate and suffer from several illnesses. It is suggested that a nuclear disaster originated it. The red color distinguishing the ocean remains a mystery for a large part of the novel, and on several occasions Starfish asks himself why the ocean turned red, but cannot remember it, as memory is hidden in the depths. Starfish explains that underwater humans do not have long-term memory because of the pressure of the maritime depth, thereby their imaginary and comprehension are deviated by this lack of remembrance and consequently by temporal disorientation. The relationship with memory is crucial all along the novel, and we are going to read this disaster of memory to the reflection of philosopher of technology Bernard Stiegler on the entanglement of human technology and time. A few more words about the storyline. Starfish spends his childhood with his siblings, watching his mother mating with other tribesmen in exchange for food, or teaching her children how to gather and eat seaweed and marine little creatures. He experiences the annihilation of his tribe until the collapse of the ecosystem of his ocean trench, the first oceanic famine and subsequent migration. After the abduction of his mother by another tribe, he remains with the other children and finds out that while he was gathering seaweed, his older brother started eating the younger ones. This is the first encounter of Starfish with cannibalism. This time he will try to resist it, running away. Later, during the oceanic famine, Starfish ends up living with the predators, a group of humanoids who attack other tribes, killing the men to eat them. Predators also mate with the women and shortly after kill them as well for cannibalistic purposes. This time, Starfish is won by starvation and becomes a man-eater himself. After several vicissitudes, violent conflict, and detailed anatomic description of human flesh banquets, Starfish becomes the predator's leader. Worried by the presentiment of a future disaster and by a mysterious guilt, he imposes the end of cannibalism. He teaches other people to gather seaweed and little fishes, but soon he and his mates feel the irrepressible desire of human flesh and start eating each other. At that time, Starfish starts wondering about the meaning of civilization, a word that he heard and he did not understand, as many of the words, because language still exists in the ocean, but many meanings have been forgotten, and go looking for a mysterious creature that go living in the oceanic depths. This is a crucial point. Redgon narrates the history of humanity before its descent into the ocean, making continuous references to the practice of cannibalism in the history and literature of China, from ancient times to modernity, so that Starfish seems enlightened by the idea that the meaning of civilization is strictly connected with cannibalism in the necessity to ensure the survival of the human species against the never-ending oceanic famine. Thereby, Starfish goes back to his tribe and establishes that the captured women must be kept alive after mating to produce children destined to become nutrition. His idea is welcomed with joy and admiration, and a society founded on a sort of institutionalized cannibalism begins. Soon after, Starfish is worried by the fear of eating his own progeny, as well as by the idea that eating all the children would incur in the extinction of the human species. This way, monogamy is established, along with the practice of eating only a part of the progeny to preserve the order to the reproduction of the species. That is for the future. In an uncannily glorious path towards civilization, Starfish is coronated king of the ocean, and guides the new society to a mysterious underwater city. However, the premises upon which civilization has been built soon appear as weak as doom. The children destined to be eaten in surge, a violent conflict breaks loose, and the last underwater humans are engulfed by a chasm. Here, the first volume of the novel ends. What is interesting in the vicissitudes of Starfish is the relation with memory. Its clumsy attempts of reconstructing the past reflection and entanglement between human technology and time. A theme that Stigler explored. In Techniques and Time, philosopher of technology Bernard Stigler sheds light on the process of trans-individuation between man and techniques at the origins of man, of the human species. He asks himself, who invents or is invented when we say that techniques is the invention of man? Is techniques invented or vice versa? Is man invented by techniques? According to Stigler, these who and what are entangled. They are at once subject and object. In other words, the origins of man and techniques coincide. To an interpretation of the work of the anthropologist Leroy Buran, the technological and the anthropological, as well as to a rereading of the myth of Prometheus, Stigler argues that at the beginning of humanity as we know it, there is technology. Technology as the exteriorization of memory, a memory outside of man, separated humanity from animals. To narrate this impossible origin, for it is impossible to define the nature of man, mythology is a necessary fiction, a way to remember transcendentally. Thereby, Stigler evokes the myth of Prometheus and Epimetheus, his less known brother, who forgot to provide man with an equality, so that Prometheus needed to steal fire from Olympus and give it to humans. Men are thus originated by a default, filled by techniques. Using the Promethean and the Epimethean myths, Stigler also shows that technology constitutes at the same time memory and oblivion, in a continuous path of interpretation of the past, enabling the projection towards the future and the anticipation of the unanticipable, namely death. This process of oblivion and remembrance to technology allows individuals and society to individuate themselves. In this sense, technology is understood in anthropological terms as the peculiar comprehension of time projecting an ethnic group towards its collective future. It is time itself. As technology is the external memory of humanity, in a sense, it is humanity itself to be outside of itself. According to such understanding of the relationship between man and technology, each epoch, and here I'm quoting Stigler, is characterized by the technical condition of effective access to what already exists, which constitutes it as an era. In this sense, worldliness is always technicity. With contemporary technologies, Stigler suggests that we witness as the humanization of the world and not at the humanization of man, as the nature of man is undefinable. The peculiarity of contemporary technology is that it evolves at such a speed that obsolescence and homogenization distinguish our time and humanity loses its identity. That is the comprehension of the being, of its own being. Now let's go back to the novel. The aquatic humanoids inhabiting the Red Ocean constitutes a sort of proto-anthropological humanity, as technique is primordial in the Sami verse, who seems in turn originated by a default. This time, however, it is not a Prometheus default, that is a mythological default, but humanity's default, a historical one. As the reader discovers, underwater humanity is the result of genetic manipulations, a technological default, whose outcome generated at post-humanity. Thereby, the first volume of Red Ocean seems narrating a myth that is not a myth of the origins, but one of the end, post-human mythology, or a mythology of the future, putting together mythological narrative and science fiction. At the same time, the description of the ancient ecosystem of the Red Ocean and the destiny of underwater humanity give birth to a futuristic mythology of a perverse or deviated development. As we have seen, this humanity at its end, that is towards extinction, is created by technology, as underwater human species is invented by man. This aquatic post-humanity is a mere object that fails somehow to become subject to find an identity. The catastrophe originating in the Red Ocean is a technological catastrophe, that is a human catastrophe, where humanity is both agent and victim of the disaster. What is interesting about the storyline is the narrative choice suggesting that somehow aquatic humanity memory has been short-circuited. In the Red Ocean, there are no leftovers, no external memory that is technology or a relation with technology able to reconstitute humanity's history. Language itself, which according to Stigler is a form of technology, is defective as underwater humanities has forgotten the meaning of many words. Therefore, the aquatic humanity cannot remember or remembers badly or wrongfully. When Starfish tries to reconstitute civilization, he ends up misinterpreting the past narrated by record and short-circuiting in future. As Stigler argues, the anticipation of the undeterminate, namely death, the relation with future, is the most important phenomenon of time. The misunderstanding of this relation with the future and the way designated by Starfish towards it led underwater humanity to catastrophe, a catastrophe that seems inevitable because of its own premises, mass default. Cannibalism here is essential for at least two reasons. First, cannibalism constitutes at the same time a short-circuited interpretation of humanity's past, and apparently the unique way towards the future, but also towards the end in a ravaged environment. Somehow, in the Red Ocean, death, the undeterminate, happens through death itself. In other words, to institutionalize cannibalism, even though societies seem to have re-established a relation with the future, it becomes a dehumanized society, a dehumanized worldliness. Underwater humankind's relationship with future is sick, perverse, because the memory of the past has been forgotten. That is misinterpreted. In other words, underwater people have lost their identity. The second aspect regarding cannibalism is that it constitutes a powerful and suggestive narrative for the Chinese reader. The story of the original meaning of civilization told by Redfall includes numerous references to Chinese history and literature. It is suggested and later explained in the third volume that the underwater humanity's ancestors are the Chinese people, who decided to descend into the ocean after the defeat during a global war to determine dominance over the moon. Now the question is, why does our song gruesomely linger on cannibalism, linking it some way to Chinese history and literature? Why the aquatic humanoid ancestors are the Chinese people, and why did the loss of memory specifically affect the essence of Chinese people? To better understand this narrative choice and its possible interpretation, a short overview of Chinese science fiction and its peculiarities is necessary. In fact, the history and origins of the genre in China are interestingly intertwined with modernization and nationalism. Since its introduction in China, a political view of technology and science, against traditional culture, projected dreams of power and rejuvenation into sci-fi. Among the pioneers of the genre, which was imported from the colonial technological-driven modernity of the West in late Qing China, Lian Qichao and Lu Sun stand out. Lian Qichao is known because he is a very important historic and nationalist figure in China, of modern China. He was in a sort of way the father of modern China in political terms, while Lu Sun is better known as the literary father of modern China. And we are going to see why Lu Sun is very important here. During the Maoist period, there was a lot of interest in the science novels because they were looked at as a way to spread modern science, while during the Cultural Revolution, sci-fi was condemned as a product of Western deviation. A revival followed against it in 1983 until 1989, when a revival of the genre established Chinese sci-fi to the global leadership. And Han Song is part of this new wave of Chinese sci-fi writers. In the new wave of Chinese science fiction, Lu Sun is a source of inspiration and of ontological presence. He is even portrayed as a character. In his most known short novel, A Madman's Diary, published in 1981, Lu Sun represents the injustice and perversion of feudal and Confucian China through the metaphor of people eating people, a metaphor destined to become China's national allegory. This way, cannibalism became a powerful and evocative narrative about the backwardness of imperial China. Nearly a century later, cannibalism still looms contemporary Chinese sci-fi. Han Song is known for his gloomy, the author of Red Ocean, is known for his gloomy and dystopian works in which he reflects and reverses the present, particularly contemporary China, at the counter with accelerated modernization and technology. In his works, he brings back a cultural criticism already present in Lu Sun, but translated into present to problematize the encounter of contemporary China with accelerated technologization. The cannibalism evoked in Red Ocean recalls the cannibalism of A Madman's Diary. Here you can read some excerpts from A Madman's Diary. But while Lu Sun used cannibalism as a metaphor to criticize traditional society, in Red Ocean, the institutionalized cannibalism is the result of a disaster of memory originating in contemporary Chinese society. In Han Song's novel, it is a literal interpretation of the cultural critique made by Lu Xun, a hermeneutical glitch that provokes the end of civilization. The underwater humankind forgets its past because of a disruption of memory that is a short-circuiting of the relation between humanity and technology. At the same time, a perverse relation with technology, genetic manipulation, or global war originated the disaster. Thereby, in the Red Ocean, a new form of ignorance emerges from oblivion. This is why the oceanic humankind fails to maintain its identity and not its nature, as we cannot define along with Stigler the nature of humanity. Why does Han Song depict life in the Red Ocean as the destiny of the Chinese people? And why is the relationship with technology as externalized memory, the relationship of technology with culture at the origin of Red Ocean's gloomy vicissitudes? As philosopher of technology, Hui argues in the question concerning technology in China, the encounter of China with modern technology coming from the West resulted in an oblivion of traditional culture, that is, of the peculiar relation between Chinese traditional thought and technology. And concluding, in other words, the deterritorialization of technology after globalization translates into disorientation, also because apparently everywhere technology evolves faster than knowledge. Kui also shows that the resurgence of nationalisms worldwide is, in a sort of way, a response to this phenomenon. In this direction, but of course, he criticizes this resurgence of nationalism. In this direction, one can interpret Han Song's Red Ocean as the projection of the worries originating by the awareness of disobedience, of this new form of ignorance, and by the understanding of separation between global technology and culture. The author himself is aware of the impact of accelerated technology in contemporary China, as you can read in the slide. In general, and I'm concluding, Han Song's literary production aims to shed a different light regarding the myth of development and also of globalization. This is why Red Ocean has also been defined as synotopia coming from the depths. It is a dystopia projecting not only the future, but also the present of China. In this sense, Han Song's sci-fi is at once a response to modernization and a mirror of past, present, and future, which brings out social and ethical implications concerning accelerated development and technology. At the same time, this post-human mythology enigmatically translates humankind's fears about the future, or, in other words, it evokes humanity's concerns regarding how contemporary technology is defining our relationship with the most important phenomenon of time, according to Stigler, which is the future. Thanks.
Thanks. Right, so we are starting off again, and this will be the last keynote speech. Today we have the immense pleasure and honor of having Dr. Javier Adana-Rice. And my chapters are actually peppered with references to Javi's work, so I'm really excited. And that's kind of the same for a lot of people who have emailed her and said they are looking forward to it, so it's going to be great. Just a quick introduction. Dr. Javier Adana-Rice is reader in English literature and film at Manchester Metropolitan University, UK. He is the author of Gothic Cinema by Routledge 2020, Spanish Gothic by Paul Gray 2017, Horror Film and Affect 2016 by Routledge again, Body Gothic 2014. He is also the editor of Graveyard Gothic with Eric Barrister and David McAllister, 2014, and 21st Century Gothic and Edinburgh Companion with Marisa Vester in 2019, as well as Horror, a Literary History from British Library 2016. Javi is also a co-president of the International Gothic Association since 2022, now, and a founding member of the Manchester Centre for Gothic Studies 2013 to now. Thank you.
Can I have my
Oh, sorry. Oh, should have done paper. Sorry. That should be it, I think. Yeah, I'm just trying to make it.
Yeah, it sounds good. It's okay.
It's not hard to do. I think that is not very easy.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Colin, for that lovely introduction, and thank you to the rest of the organising team as well. Not just for putting on together a fantastic day, but for doing it in less than ideal weather circumstances. And thank you, of course, to the audience as well for being here still at the end of the day. I don't know what the group noun for a room full of cannibal scholars is. Cannibal of cannibals, I don't know. But thank you for being here. And I've got the really tough slot of talking before the wine. So unfortunately, the talk will be around an hour, but we definitely don't need to use the 30 minutes that come after for questions. Head over to the wine if you prefer. So let me get started. So it should be between 50 minutes and an hour, depending on how much I extemporize, and I apologize already for doing that. I will do it. So let me get started. If I can work this out. This has turned out to be a bit more prescient than I imagined when I put the, hopefully that won't be us by the end of the day. But let me start the presentation. Bayona's 2023 adaptation of Pablo Vierpi's The Society of the Snow, a book from 2009, recently refocused public attention on the plight of the survivors of the Andes plane crash. And I realize it's very unlikely, given the audience, that this needs much introduction, but for the benefit of anyone who doesn't know or who isn't familiar with the tragedy, in 1922, a chartered Uruguayan flight crashed or struck a mountain range on its way to Chile with disastrous consequences. Miraculously, only 12 out of the 45 passengers died instantly. And even more extraordinarily, 16 of them eventually were rescued alive more than 2 months later. And that despite being given up for dead after 6 days of air searches, and even though the group ran out of food at roughly around that time. Upon the return of the survivors, sensationalistic tales of cannibalism and even murder began circulating in the media. Although these were eventually reframed as survivor anthropophagy, the rhetoric around this catastrophe strikes me as interesting for the way in which it invokes many of the ethical questions and moral dilemmas associated with cannibalism. So, for example, yes. Writing in his 2016 memoir about the moment when he first contemplated the idea of eating the snow-conserved bodies of dead friends and teammates, cardiologist, although then only medical student, Roberto Canessa, referred to them as, quote, containing the vital, life-preserving proteins that would keep us alive, end quote. He also remembered praying to God for guidance and for permission, but he felt that he would be, quote, violating the memory of his friends, that he would be stealing their souls in ingesting them. He also pondered whether the act itself would decivilize the whole group. In his words, quote, turn them into brute savages. Eduardo Strauch, in his own book about the incident, Out of the Silence, talked about the ability to forget what they were eating, facilitated by the fact that only 3 members in the group handled the process of preparing the strips of dried meat and fat that they would all consume, or at least initially. It got a lot more complex later on and a lot less delicate. And in a 2022 interview with the Sunday Times, Carlos Paez even referred to their dead friends as, quote, some of the first organ donors in the world. They helped to nourish us and kept us alive. Now, religious sanctioning and justifications, in this case, refracted by Catholic beliefs and the eventual use of the Eucharist as redeeming antecedent in one of the cases. So one of the passengers didn't want to do it, was convinced that it wasn't too unlike the Eucharist. Worries about the brutal nature of dissecting people and the effects of this dehumanizing exercise on our sensitivity. The importance of distancing personality and subjectivity from agentless functional food, so as to ease ethical dissonance, and the recasting of becoming fuel for others as an essentially altruistic and humane endeavor, all speak to what I take in this paper as the crucial ideological conundrum posed by cannibalism. The thought process, whether individual, ideological, collective, national, or supranational, whereby the human becomes other than, less than, human, an object to be consumed, even if as a last resort and only to ensure survival in the case at hand. And I want to be clear, because obviously it's an important case, a real case. I am not censoring at any point or endorsing the specifics of the tragedy of the Andes, which is a lot more complex than I have time to contemplate here, and of course is complicated by the fact that many of the survivors who ended up getting eaten gave their consent in life, to those who were going to eat them afterwards. So, in other words, they sacrificed themselves or offered themselves up for consumption. I think that complicates the scenario too. Instead of that, I am using the discourse in circulation about this historical event because it raises important ideas that have become tropes in the horror texts that I will be exploring in the rest of the presentation. This paper develops from a current book project on the role and value of contemporary body horror, a topic that's interested me for quite some time now, which I read as a much more politically and socially committed subgenre of horror than has often been acknowledged. Part of this book deals or will deal with more traditional forms of body horror that descend from the 1970s and 80s. So works by the likes of David Cronenberg or Sam Raimi, Clive Barker, all of the usual directors. So I will be sort of moving on from those and centering on feminist, trans activist and anti-racist artistic appropriations of that work that have been critical of the modern biopolitical systems that regulate and produce identity. In these texts, I see both denunciation, let me show you some examples, of discrimination and constraining expectations, gendered, sexual, ethnic, class-based, that body horror is able to explore and explode through its corporeal scenarios of radical transformation. These new corporealities, to call them something, are not what I have come to talk to you today, although they are deeply connected to the topic that interests me and also to cannibalism in one way or another, insofar as they simultaneously denounce forms of marginalization, inequality, and oppression that inscribe themselves onto the human body. The first half of this book is dedicated to forms of body horror that are less celebratory of corporeal metamorphosis and is instead more actively concerned with the objectification of the human body. And this is where we head towards cannibalism. Cannibalism, which has seen a surge of interest in recent years, and we've seen this in some of the presentations today, just a plethora of text makes it quite a daunting task to kind of find any kind of generalizing thoughts on that. Is a big player in this context as perhaps the key example of a practice that literalizes the more abstract workings of biopower, especially when applied to certain communities and social groups or deployed as a metaphor for political purposes. In this paper, I seek to offer a broad survey of some of the areas that cannibalism touches upon, and which today's sessions have already covered, probably much better than I can, if I'm honest. But since I am coming last, I would hope that what follows serves as a bit of a digest of the day, as well as some hopefully original thoughts, and also as a reminder of why so many texts are obsessed with this taboo in particular. As I hope to prove, in the vast majority of texts I have consulted, this preoccupation is not really a frivolous, exploitative one, and I think there's been a lot of talk of comparing contemporary cannibal texts to the stuff that was going on in the 70s and 80s, and I certainly don't want to say that one is more progressive than the other, etc. But I think contemporary directors, filmmakers are definitely a lot more aware of what they're doing with those tropes. So yeah, that we might have sometimes lurid representation still, but I think that we can consider many of these new texts, activist texts, as I hope to show as well. So one final disclaimer, I am not a researcher of the history of cannibalism. There's some excellent books on that table that do that kind of work, even though I did immerse myself briefly in this world when I was writing Ecogothic, a book that came out in 2014 and feels like a lifetime away, if I'm honest. I don't recognize even the writing in that book. But this book included a chapter of what I then termed the slaughterhouse novel, which emerged from a fascination with a number of novels, films that were coming out at the time where the human were being treated as cattle. And I don't think it's a coincidence that I'm returning to that topic now, because we've seen an increase again of those kinds of representations. So I like to think that this paper expands my thinking in that book through the concept of biopower, which has interested me a lot more since I wrote this book, and therefore potentially brings that work up to date for you today. So thanks again to the organising team for giving me this opportunity to return to this topic, to share my thoughts with you. And I promise this is the last bit of self-promotion that you'll get with the talk. So let's get right to the meat of the matter, shall we say. Biopolitics is an intricate concept that has been thoroughly investigated and re-theorized in the humanities by researchers and critics, also in the social sciences, not just in the humanities, since philosopher Michel Foucault first introduced the term in part 5 of The Will to Knowledge, published in French in 1976 and translated to English in 1978. And the academic lectures that he gave at the Collège de France during the 1975-1976 academic year. The latter are more commonly known as Society Must Be Defended, a book that was only published, I think it was widely available in French in 1997, but the English edition only came up in 2003. So although some of these ideas were already circulating in the 70s in Foucault's mind, I don't think academics have had access to the lectures until later, until the 21st century, which is probably why there is a surge of interest in biopolitics too, I think. So in these texts and subsequent ones like Abnormal, The Birth of Biopolitics, for example, Foucault writes about the gradual shift that starts in the 17th century from the preeminent form of sovereign power that takes or lets live towards a biopolitical one in which the biological comes under state control, these are his words, via the optimization, reinforcement, incitement, and administration of life, and where power is situated and exercised at the level of the species, the race, and the large-scale phenomena of population. Inherent in this new state of play for Foucault is the type of controlling, monitoring, and organization of bodies that is heir to the birth of the statistical society. For Foucault, biopower operates by fostering life or disallowing it to the point of death. So I think we've heard the word slow death today at some point. I think that's kind of like, it stems from this kind of work, develops from it. With the right to kill only exercised to exterminate perceived threats to the body politic, for example, as justification for colonial massacres. And this idea is what Achille Mbembe would eventually extend through his work into the connected notion of necropolitics, or the contemporary forms of subjugation of life to the power of death. These are his words. In his writings on the structures of power, very specifically in the context of the plantation and the colony, his work. For Foucault, disciplinarian techniques of punishment and control, once represented by institutions of power as instruments of the state, do not disappear, but gradually begin to work in tandem with, even become subsumed by, other more abstract regulative methods or techniques of power, like social contracts and the normalizing, hierarchizing, and potentially segregationist effects of demographic calculations. New biological measures, such as birth control, public hygiene, made knowledge power an agent of transformation of human life. In short, we see a move from the exertion of power upon individuals and their bodies to human masses and the body politic. Implicitly, and this is something later critics will develop, biopower also becomes internalized. So citizens are ideologically interpolated by biopolitical imperatives and reproduce or challenge, there's also a possibility of challenge, them in their personal behaviors and judgments. The surveillance and normalization associated with biopower, and which affect all social and political spheres, from the familial and educational to the medical and juridical systems, rely on a sense of defense, of security mechanisms that protect populations. And intrinsic to this regulation, or this regularization, is a form of regulation, or what Foucault calls a homeostasis, achieved by an overall equilibrium that protects the security of the whole from internal dangers. So hence subsequent biopolitical work by the likes of Donna Haraway or Roberto Esposito, who have used the notion of the immune system and immunity as a metaphor for the ways in which communities or collective bodies draw up protective boundaries from the inside and inoculate themselves against internal danger by incorporating some of the lethal pathogen. So, you know, this kind of context of this immunity discourse has been used to talk about biopolitics, is what I'm trying to say. For Foucault, and of course for Giorgio Agamben and Bembe and many others, the justification of death, of its exercise, is equally important, legitimated by processes that separate out the groups that exist within a population, a subdivision of the species it controls via sets of beliefs like eugenics in extreme cases, but also more simple medical legal diagnosis. For instance, trans philosopher Paul B. Preciado has recently talked about the biopolitical, what he understands to be the biopolitical underscoring of gender dysphoria, how trans people have to essentially accept pathology before they will get hormonal treatment. Those are Preciado's views. Foucault weirdly calls this racism in his work, and studies have indeed focused on the dehumanizing necropolitics of empire. So the enforced abduction, exploitation, and murder epitomized by slavery that provides the most obvious illustration. And I certainly don't mean to detract value from those anti-racist frameworks. I think there is value in them as well. But what I'm interested in this particular talk are the ways in which, because it's a huge, immense area, obviously, of studies. And this is, after all, a conference on cannibalism. So what interests me is Foucault's idea that this quote-unquote racism, if we want to separate it from racism strictly, involves a form of violence against that which is perceived as inferior or abnormal. This is the part of his idea that interests me. A threat to the body politic, or a justification for killing that does not constitute legal murder, that you can kill someone without constituting legal murder, someone or something. That's the part of his work that interests me. I promise I'm getting to the end of the boring part of the talk. It will soon be images, and I realize it's 5 p.m. almost. In the late 20th and 21st centuries, the work of biopower is increasingly, of course, being carried out on the world stage, and we have seen many examples of that in the talks today, through the structuring of global territories and the extraction of labor imposed by transnational corporations specifically, and the drive for profit. And if this interests you, Michael Hart and Antonio Negri have, of course, written a fantastic book on that. My contention in this paper, then, is that cannibalism in contemporary horror reflects biopolitical processes. That would be the simple way of putting it, which it exaggerates through the recategorization of victims from human into object through their meatification in a lot of the cases. Extreme death and torture scenarios are naturally not comparable to the subtle, insidious workings of biopower, which is not always superficially murderous to the internal person of the citizen of the nation state, but rather doctrinal and coercive. However, in rendering cannibalism a crude experiment in excesses of power, these texts do help visualize the immune logic or abject world of the biopolitical, or at least this is my contention. This is because the biopolitical cannot help but be majoritarian and normative, a matter of heterogeneity and averages. In cannibal horror, not only is the agency of the eaten lost, but in most cases, a transformation from individual to thing implies a concomitant reframing of the person from complex subject to metonymic idea. So that would be desirable commodity, unforgivable sin, a character flaw, or even a resource, as we've seen in many of the papers today. The preponderance in horror of storylines that foreground life-threatening attacks and violations of basic freedoms indicates that the genre evinces necropolitical work, the regulation and control of death on a micro scale. In contemporary horror, bodies are not just consumed, but often brutally punished and incapacitated by authoritarian tyrants, who in many cases hold exclusionary values and think of vulnerable others as either criminal agents and therefore fair game, or else as personal property. And this is where I get to the examples. So, I keep going back to torture porn, even though I really hate it, but it's just so useful for some of the ideas. People associate me with this, and I hate it because I don't actually like the film. The torture porn cycle of the mid-noughties, if understandably less interested in producing a complex commentary on biopolitics than in creating the memorable graphic set pieces that gave rise to Monica, delivers the perfect rendition of such operations, in my view. The various mortifying contraptions in the Saw saga, for example, centered around the corrective techniques of the Jigsaw killer and his disciples, proved a literal version of the punitive systems that they ironically opposed a lot of the time. So Jigsaw famously places victims, you're all familiar with Saw, aren't you? Jigsaw famously places his victims, alleged wrongdoers, in escapable yet maiming traps, intended to test their desire to live and to learn from their mistakes. The series channels a certain religious fervor as well, most evident in the notion of repentance and the epiphanic outcomes that Jigsaw expects from survivors, who will also, of course, ideally join the murdering coterie, the cult, once they have survived. And of course, most importantly, the marking of sin onto the body. This is the thing that attracted me to the series originally. It's a literal lex talionis, whereby, he targets the perceived human flaw and transliterates it into the corporeal punishment that they receive, right? So destroying someone's hand if they've, stolen something, or blinding the voyeur, that kind of stuff. Since victims have typically gone unpunished by a corrupt justice system, the American myth of the vigilante is also, of course, involved by the franchise. Jigsaw envisions himself as a redeeming force, even though his self-righteous efforts are compromised by the fact that some subjects are obviously unable to save themselves because they rely on other people doing things for them. There is a big question mark over the effectiveness of the proposed cure, because people keep going back, getting tested again, even though they've survived once. And above all, the games often mistake the flawed individual for the bigger systems that they represent. And that obviously transcend them as well on a kind of more abstract level. So in Saw 6 and Saw 10, members of a ruthless insurance company and a scam clinic are punished for their fraudulent activities. Exactly how guilty each individual is here, though, is up for debate. And there are, of course, larger problems, such as the potential abuses of health insurance businesses in the US. Those remain intact, whether these people survive or die. In other words, the system isn't touched by the individual death of these people. Jigsaw kind of neatly circumscribes evil, but doesn't actually target the problem at all, in my view. So the Saw films are therefore best understood as depressing, in my view, explorations of the helplessness and dispossession typical of the 21st century, especially following a major global crash and pandemic. And I think Mark Steven has written a book largely around this topic. Why are we so fascinated with torture and visiting horrific punishment on people on the 21st century? He thinks it's a thoroughly socioeconomic reason. But according to the Saw world, there's only punishment after punishment with no prospect of ever escaping, especially for the powerless. That is the message that you get from watching them. Eli Roth's Hostel from 2005 was even more literal in its indictment of social, or in this case, economic hierarchies. The film follows a trio of American backpackers as they make their way through a decadent Europe rife with iniquity and dishonesty, and where profit appears to be the only thing that drives human interaction. In Slovakia, except it's not, the sex-crazed protagonists have the misfortune of falling into the clutches of elite hunting, an exclusive club whose business is to assist the rich or rich clients in fulfilling their most macabre and illegal fantasies, which of course range from torture to murder and anything in between. There are some requisites, however. Someone, typically the victim, has to die in the process. And as the second film, Hostel Part 2 from 2006 makes abundantly clear, no amount of sentimental or contractual allegiance will trump financial muscle, especially when push comes to shove. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, at the end of the second film, one of the victims is able to save herself by essentially outpaying the customer, right? So she's only able to survive because she can pay her way out of being killed herself. Sadly, I think, some of these stories are more social realism than they are metaphor, and not least because it was based ostensibly on a true event, but that's another story. I can talk about this in the questions if you want. Elite hunting grows from a regional network preying on vulnerable tourists in the first installment, but grows into a global corporation by the time of Hostel Part 3, which most people hated, but I thought was quite interesting. With human goods defecting to the highest bidder within a close community of would-be torturers. And here you have, all kinds of funky, Las Vegas style thing, like the Wheel of Misfortune and that kind of thing. To emphasize the commodification of the human body and therefore the dehumanization of the victim object, the setting of these new special facilities is Las Vegas, a city self-billed as the entertainment capital of the world and known for its gambling culture and escorting services. Hostel's repositioning of Western bodies as stand-in purchasable items appears ultimately disingenuous or dishonest in its victimization of Americans, who tend to be on the extractive side of things. But yet, I think there is a poignancy to the film's ability to allegorize the structures of labor extraction and of modern-day slavery and human trafficking that I think one way or another they talk about. As an oppositional force, body horror also confronts us with unpleasant truths, like how one's personal comfort and happiness comes at the expense of somebody else's invisible suffering somewhere else in the world. Contemporary body horror is also marked by the internalization of the monster, its relocation to the unreliable, torturous and haunting mindscapes of struggling protagonists, as both a telltale sign of the trauma turn of the 21st century and the recognition that we're all involved in systems of oppression that affect others, if not individuals, then nations or non-human animals, as I will move on to argue. This move inwards reflects that our conception of the monstrous is no longer just the eugenic prejudices and war-torn reality that fueled the popular imagination in the 1920s and 1930s, and which pitted together corporeal difference and moral dubiousness in the horror films made by Universal, MGM, or Paramount, where to look monstrous was to be evil, right? Extant ableist biases notwithstanding, and of course those haven't disappeared, evil is now more readily ensconced within ethical actions. I've got here an example of just one of the latest texts to do this, but as in Mike Flanagan's reinterpretation of Edgar Allan Poe's writings in the miniseries The Fall of the House of Usher, which I actually really liked. Some people really didn't. Maybe those Poe purists didn't, but I thought it did something really interesting. Where Gothic intergenerational strife is used to call out the abuses of Big Pharma, in really a very thinly veiled critique of the Sackler family and the OxyContin abuses or scandal, more specifically. Villainy is most readily linked with characteristics like selfishness, greed, desire for power, and lack of empathy in most of these kind of modern Gothic texts, where the monster is, the horrible person rather than, the traditional notion of the monster. In contemporary horror, the monster is individuated by the figure of the corporation a lot as well, typically embodied by a heartless boss, or its unscrupulous and despicable entourage. We're back on Saw territory. As in Saw and Hostel, this can be groups that enforce a particular set of bio or necropolitical beliefs, but also, for example, criminal companies that work in the black market. In films such as Anatomy from 2000 and Turistas, I think that was released as Paradise Lost in the UK in 2006, age-old surgical fears are filtered through this contemporary lens. So in the former, a secret sect of anti-Hippocratic forensic doctors is found to have associations with former Nazi camps, for example. And in the latter, a Brazilian ring responsible for live organ harvesting are introduced as remorseless justice warriors who see their American victims as a retributive resource through which the US can give back some of what it has forcefully taken from their country. They're not brilliant films, but they are interesting nevertheless. Inherent in this commercial enterprise is the primacy of violence and money, terms that are anathema to the ethical substructure of transplantation, based as it is on selfless donation, as critics like Sarah Wasson have recently argued in their work. So again, I don't think that they turn to transplantation accidentally. Torture porn notwithstanding, it is perhaps those contemporary body horrors that exploit cannibalism one of humanity's longest corporeal taboos that best encapsulate the workings of biopower, and this is why I've turned to them, at least in its full spectrum for social critique, I think. Anthropophagy in the popular imagination as cautionary measure in folklore and legends is multidimensional and feeds a number of monstrous fantasies about the release of the beast within and many other things, of course, as we've seen today. Its connotations with unbridled behavior can be progressive as well, as in what I'm calling elsewhere feral women texts, and I think it was Gina that was talking about this earlier today, where cannibalism is an expression of empowered womanhood, women who fight back patriarchal forms, almost always, of oppression and gender expectations. So I have no space for those today, but it's also an area that very much interests me and that I will be covering elsewhere in the book. Instead, my focus in what remains of this paper is on those texts that codify cannibalism as transgressive practice dependent on differentiation and abuses of biopower. And this is why I spent 20 minutes boring you with that part of the talk. Given that the human body is considered the pinnacle of the food chain, cannibalism threatens its artificial superiority and natural world preeminence by lowering it to a consumer good, meat. Even when the rarity of its consumption or the extreme breach of convention and human rights it supposes may at the same time infuse it with symbolism or ritualistic properties. And again, I think we've heard about Ravenous, which is a film that does that through folklore. In films like We Are What We Are, Somos Lo Que Hay from 2010, and Look at Guadagnino's Bones and All, eaters belong to outlaw communities who must keep themselves hidden from so-called normal society, and where the mysticism of feeding of human meat does not always extend to all the victims. We've seen, for example, how they might also express queer desire, but I don't think all of the victims have got that joy. You know, a lot of them come from lower status, or there's an implied expendability to their death, or else they have questionable pasts that justify them being turned into meat. A major trope of zombie and Mondoff exploitation cinema of the 1970s and of serial killer novel fictions of the 80s and 90s, flesh eating has continued to be a relevant trope capable of encapsulating social inequalities at both personal and global levels. Contemporary horror is full of stories where the human body is stripped down to its base biology, where any protective discourse and spiritual layers are removed by external forces and their sharp implements, where an entitled few resort to predatory extortion and the helpless become fodder. A quick show of hands, who's seen What You Wish For? I don't think it's been released widely. I had the immense pleasure of watching it last year for a festival, and honestly, the moment it comes out, please go watch it. It's really funny and really good and really horrific at the same time. So the best of both worlds, I think. The frightful descent from social being to bare nourishment is allegorical because it never occurs in a cultural vacuum. We've heard again this notion several times today. For instance, the setting of Nicholas Tomney's What You Wish For from last year about a wealthy elite, you can see them there in the bottom, with a taste for delicacies of human provenance. So one of them, for example, specifically requests human tongue as like the dessert, you know, finely cut like sashimi. I think they call it tongue sashimi. Anyway, is a very poignant Latin American rainforest. And the produce here in this film are revealed to be down on their luck locals who the organizers of the feast assume will not be very much missed by their communities. The film follows the actions of a conflicted gambler, Brian, as he overcomes his initial reservations about murdering people and reluctantly falls into the role of specialist luxury chef. This detail is important, I think, because it highlights how moral compasses can be easily hijacked by necessity and quick access to cash. You know, so people doing things that they know are morally wrong. We see this in a lot of the cannibal novels that we've talked about today. I don't want to do it, but my family relies on the money to, you know, so I do. The fact that Ryan ends up being microchipped himself, sorry to spoil the ending for you, also evokes the panoptical core of such exchanges. Complicity in entering the world of commerce entails giving up one's freedom and suffering the intrusions of micromanagement in allegiance to the business and the future that you're helping to contribute to. And texts like What You Wish For do not just elucidate the closed network of trade, of the need for demand to adapt to supply, they also reverse the colonial and racist assumption that cannibalism is a barbaric act practiced by uncivilized others. An appetite for human meat as an indicator of a discerning palate cannot be separated from access to such exclusive gourmet delights, which of course cost a bomb, which are the prerogative of the corporate cannibal. The archetypes of the high-end urbanite embedded in big business and obsessed by brands and beauty. So, you know, your Patrick Batemans of the world. The dog-eat-dog ethos and survival of the fittest logic at play here, whereby the privileged buy or prey upon the disadvantaged, often the destitute or sex workers in a lot of these texts, is literalized in dystopias like Don LePan's Animals, which Polome introduced me to last year. Thank you very much. I didn't know this book existed. Very, very good. Where so-called mongrels or humans born with disabilities caused by the pollution that the world is experiencing at that point are deemed less than human. First by public perception, and then of course by the courts, which legalizes their murder and consumption. The disenfranchised are also big game in fictions that descend from the tradition set up by Richard Connell's 1924 short story, The Most Dangerous Game, and its 1932 film adaptation, which you may be more familiar with. The gamification, it's quite difficult to say, of murder in Craig Sabel's The Hunt, for example, and the first season of the miniseries Rep, a British series. I don't know if you've seen them, they're pretty good. Is supported by the de facto maxim that some humans, and by that please read poorer humans always, are less worthy than others. The Purge series, in which murder is decriminalized for 12 hours a year, already pointed to such visions of social Darwinism, building on existing systems of exclusion that disproportionately affect the working classes and ethnic minorities, especially in the first Purge from 2018 and the Forever Purge from 2021. I think this is one of the few series where actually I thought the series got better as it went on. But anyway. The South Korean series Squid Game, which will be surely less obscure, is only the last in a long chain of such representations that of course also includes the Hunger Games and Battle Royale and associated franchises. As with Lepin's Animals, the most gruesome of cannibal body horror, has transposed onto humans the torments typically reserved for the bodies of non-human animals in factory farming. Building on socially committed texts that sought to expose the cruelties and corruptions of the slaughterhouse, so texts such as Upton Sinclair's The Jungle from 1905, George Franju's documentary Blood of the Beasts from 1945, still possibly one of the worst documentaries, most horrifying documentaries I've seen, or Archie Hines' novel The Deer Green Place from 1966, 21st century novels like Joseph de Lacy's Meat, and more recently Agustina Baterrica's Tender is the Flesh, which we've had a fantastic paper on already today, have already envisaged future societies where cataclysms have made humans the only meat available, right? And what's interesting about these stories is that characters always have the choice of not eating the meat, and they prefer to, you know, eat the meat and go with all the kind of moral conundrums. And I thoroughly believe that this would be the case, that people would prefer to safeguard their taste over moral conundrums. But anyway, both describe in painstaking detail the various stages of meat processing, replacing animals with human specimens so as to highlight the savagery involved in the modern industrialized handling of livestock. And this is a novel I literally had to put down sometimes because it's so unrelentless when you're reading it, and it's, you know, there is so much focus on what happens to the victims. I think it's quite a difficult thing to read from, even though it's very short, it's quite a difficult read. The book's critiques do not end with the coruscating portrayals of the production of meat and the latent pro-vegan messages. Tender is the Flesh makes two additional points very clear that are relevant to what I'm saying about biopolitics. The first is that the deprived, so these are immigrants, the marginalized and the poor, in the words of the novel, fare much worse in such a context than people who have money. When one of the workers, Marcos, reflects on the epistemological violence required to turn the human into a guilt-free product for sale, and he uses the words, using technical words to refer to what is a human, but will never be a person, which I think is a really interesting way of putting it. The novel invites us to apply the same logic to those groups apparently less worthy of economical or legal protection. And the second point, which will be relevant in a minute, is that women are prized for their biological capacity to bear children, which is of course important in the novel too. The jolting ending, again, I'm sorry to spoil this for you, in which a woman initially freed and appearing to have gained Marcus's favor is brutally dispatched after giving birth to his boy, is a final vicious echo of the misogyny of the world that the novel lives in. And a less well-known novel, but definitely worth reading, and which did a lot of what Tender is the Flesh did, maybe like 9 years before, is De Lacy's Meat, which again, I had the pleasure of interviewing De Lacy for Body Gothic, and he told me he very much had a very pro-vegan message in mind when he wrote this novel. So I don't think I am putting words in his mouth when I read it in this particular way. But the subject of another great paper that Paloma gave at a conference recently, I thought it was today, but it wasn't. It was what was the conference? The Sheffield. Yeah. Yes. Hopefully that will be published at some point. So it's a novel that deserves more attention. Contains an additional layer of seditious critique aimed at the church, whose religious stalwarts proved to be hypocritical, and whose stratification of human meat, the victims here are called the chosen, functions less to grant solemnity to those victims than to justify thoroughly unchristian acts visited upon them. In so doing, De Lacy's novel necessarily pokes a hole in the biblical sacrosanctioning of eating flesh, which I think is important as well. Maybe an element that we haven't sort of looked at as actively today. The replacement of human for non-human animal is telling, not only in what it says about our apparent incapacity to stop animal cruelty, torture, and slaughter in the 21st century. In fact, it's getting worse. These stories make it clear that the main impediments are financial: business profits, human livelihoods, national economies, and national resources, international resources too, but also epistemological, thinking of non-human animals as possessions and property, or the fact that personhood is often defined in opposition to animal consciousness in order to elevate the human. So hence the focus on shared animal characteristics in these books, where I think it was mentioned already before, the victims are deliberately not given a language. They're not taught to speak, but they still manage to communicate with each other and with the people who are about to kill them. And in this novel, it kind of creates a moment of connection that leads to an important event. I won't spoil that one for you in case you're interested in reading it. So they also are able to express sadness and pain and to bond and form connections, even though they can't speak a language. These fantasies of people turned cattle, which are not limited to the cannibal, but also include vegan activist films like The Herd, from a short from 2014, an award-winning one as well, that transposes the horrors of the dairy industry onto women, are important because they raise issues about the law that have remained at the heart of discussions of biopolitics. Who is kept inside, who is kept outside the frame, and who becomes sacrificial victim to the system. In his excellent book, Before the Law, from 2013, Carrie Wolf put this issue much more succinctly than I can, so I'm going to use his words. One of the most powerful insights of biopolitical thought is thus to raise this uncomfortable question. If the frame is about rules and laws, about what is proper and not simply a matter of a line that is given by nature between those inside and those outside, then to live under biopolitics is to live in a situation in which we're all always already potential animals before the law. Not just non-human animals, according to zoological classification, but any group of living beings that is so framed. Here, the distinction human-animal, as the history of slavery, colonialism, and imperialism well shows, is a discursive resource, not a zoological designation. It is a kind of dispositive or apparatus. In other words, speciesism and the rights of animals, an important philosophical area in itself that tests the limits of empathy and human selfishness, simultaneously reminds us of other political and social exclusions, of how human animals, too, can be marked out, extremely so in states of exception, those that interest Agamben, but also less spectacularly, if just as damagingly, by dint of race, religion, nationality, wealth, or gender. Let me focus on this last category because it has generated quite a few cannibal cultural responses. And this is the last third of the paper, in case you're wondering when you get to that one. In Fresh, which I think has been briefly touched in today's talks, but which I think is really interesting. Human meat is treated as non-human animal meat, with special cuts being labelled in plastic food bags with the victim's name and the date when they were quote-unquote produced, before they are refrigerated and sent off by special mail delivery. And this is, you know, like a homemade kind of COVID pandemic kind of business that seems to emerge. Some people start podcasts, other people start homemade businesses. Interestingly, though, the business is an essentially sexist one. The subscribers to Steve or Brendan, he seems to go by both names, home business, are shown to be decrepit, wealthy men who, quote, want the one thing that no one else has or can get. And the victuals are revealed to be exclusively female because, quote, that's where the market is. Far from being a throwaway comment, the objectification of women by men evolves into the main theme of the film, opening with an example of blatant toxic masculinity, there on the top, a man chiding her date for not projecting a traditionally female image. Fresh articulates the relationship between heroine Noah and her torturer through the typical gaslight tradition, evoking other woman as male object nightmares like Roland Jaffe's Captivity from 2007, Jennifer Lynch's Boxing Helena in 1993, which you haven't seen. It's another interesting text. Or John Fowles' novel The Collector from '63 and its adaptation. Steve Brendan is a chauvinist and domestic abuser. There's a scene that indicates, signals that he may have eaten or else sold one of his wife's legs as well. You know, and she's completely subservient and part of the business too. Who gets a thrill out of drugging and overpowering women. In Fresh, cannibalism becomes another allegorical means through which to denounce the way that women are objectified and silenced, as well as the power play that still structures romantic ritual. As in other contemporary films directed or penned by women, and centering on abusive and misogynistic behaviours such as Anna Lilia Mirpoa's A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night from 2014, Coralie Fargiat's Revenge from 2017, and Emerald Fennell's Promising Young Woman from 2020, Daisy ultimately saves herself, and not just on her own, but with the help of the other maimed women, whom she also helps to rescue. So I think this is, you know, it's part of the zeitgeist. The cannibal element is just something that gets added to, you know, this kind of master narrative that's coming out about power, about gender, about biopolitics. Jonathan Glaser's Under the Skin is a rare exception where cannibalism corresponds to the female world and the feminine body is weaponized to offer a powerful critique of sexual harassment, which disproportionately still affects women. Laura, played by an expressionless Scarlett Johansson, invites the attention of random men in the streets and nightclubs of Glasgow, a reversal of the pestering tactic associated with rape culture of men making unsolicited sexual advances on women in public spaces. Hardly articulate, Laura's pickups appear to be attracted to her gormless beauty, but in a surprise twist that sees the hunter become the hunted, the film reveals the protagonist to be a predacious alien in search of bodies to harvest. The 2000 Michelle Pfeiffer novel of the same title provides more detail on the extraterrestrial origin of the protagonist, who is named differently in the novel, Isili or Isili, I never know how to pronounce her name, and her mission to deliver human meat to her compatriots due to its scarcity in their home planet. The film substantially changes the ending, where readers are meant to empathize with Isili's awakening to her own cog in the machine expendability. And instead of doing that, it emphasizes that the message here is gendered. So just as Laura is growing more compassionate and therefore human, she is molested by a logger, you can see there on the top, who then tries to rape her. And when he discovers she is not human, burns her alive. Since the film forces a very uncomfortable, but nevertheless sustained alignment with Laura throughout the film, her sudden and brutal death is not experienced as positive retribution, you know, not as a victory for the human race who have been freed from this predacious alien. Quite the opposite. It is hard not to read the ending of Under the Skin, especially this closing shot of the killer sententiously looking or overlooking a mountain as anything other than a reminder of how male violence is still a frequent response to both signs of female strength and difference, perceived difference. Another biopolitical dispositif that dictates the boundaries and purviews of the feminine, and as woman fictions like The Handmaid's Tale emphasized, of reproductive organs as a possession of the patriarchal state. And finally, in Marina Devan's In My Skin, again, another film that I would recommend for, the week of her, from 2002, Esther, who is played by the director and the scriptwriter herself, performs acts of self-harm, like removing skin from her leg, eating it later, or preserving parts of it, for future delectation, looking at it. Contemporary horror has been able to merge feminist concerns over the social expectations imposed on women with the externalization of psychological struggle. The film's subjective focalization and ambiguous tone, so there are scenes that are sometimes shocking, but also weirdly whimsical in an almost surreal way. So you've got an example there where she's having like dinner with her colleagues, and then suddenly her arm comes off. But it's not particularly gruesome. It looks like a dummy arm, so it's kind of really discombobulating. And obviously it's her hallucinating, but you experience it as if it was happening for real. All of these kind of moments, I think, point towards the protagonist's assertion of bodily autonomy, in a world in which her looks and gestures have been carefully scrutinized by her soulless and superficial business peers, most of whom are men. So let me move towards the conclusion, because I have gone, in quite, very, very different directions. From see if I can say this, from auto-anthropophagy as feminist shock tactic to the communitarian and futurist justification that overcomes the taboo of human flesh eating in life or death scenarios like those of the Society of the Snow, or the pervasive trope of the human morsel as luxurious delicacy, cannibalism as contemporary metaphor prods the borders of the biopolitical subject understood as a body intersected by socio-political forces that have a direct effect and even define freedoms and aspirations. Cannibalism is not the only, but certainly one of the major biopolitical metaphors, because in its stripping of the human of all rights and in its objectification, it is able to mobilize a series of timely critiques. I've covered a few, so global economic flows, animal rights, feminism, but we could also add neo-colonialist ones, we've seen some of those today, and also eco-critical ones, which you have also seen today. So you've had the whole kind of like gamut in one day. Detractors might argue, despite this huge interest and huge amount of text doing this, that the impact of such cultural representations on the structures that they evaluate and condemn is limited. A cultural correlate of the subversive element that Esposito sees as crucial to the communitarian identity, right? So we consume some of these texts, and in the process, we don't change anything, a bit like the Jigsaw Killer. And according to this line of thinking, these texts may tantalize, may agitate certain public domains, but their power will be ultimately diffused if, like activism, their sphere of influence remains minoritarian, a room full of cannibal scholars, maybe. Opinions on this matter will largely hinge on your own personal view of the ability of culture, not just to filter and encapsulate current anxieties, but its ability to change minds and help us imagine the world otherwise. And I think if you're here, you're probably in the humanities, you probably are of this way of thinking, but I don't want to assume that. This is certainly my own reading of body horror and why it interests me, and its rise and journey towards the mainstream in the 21st century as a fictional mode that lays bare inequalities, injustices, and power structures, and in so doing can also point towards speculative changes and the need for the redrawing of categories, privileges, and ultimately rights. But even if you don't agree with me, what seems harder to resist is the fact that the cannibal metaphor is now an actively political cultural form, rather than an inadvertently or coincidentally political one, which is what we may have seen with texts in the 70s. As experts on cannibalism will readily point out, this is not exclusive to the 21st century, yet the intensification of many of the concerns historically associated with biopolitics in the shape of the rise of alt-right violent movements, for example, but also their counter examples. So like the rise of the Me Too movement, among others, has had an impact on the politicization of the cannibal metaphor. And many of these body horrors that I'm studying have been connected to these particular movements. So the Black Lives Matter movement and the work of Jordan Peele and Nia DaCosta, or the work of Julia Ducournau and the Me Too movement, or The Invisible Man, another Gothic body horror, or loosely body horror, we might see. So as the elevation of horror in contemporary discourse as a great narrative language for stories of grief, loss, and especially after Get Out, social messages continues to grow, I think we're only going to see more of this reappropriation of the Gothic. For some of you, that might mean that this is no longer horror, that this is something else. We've heard the words modern, ancient, ethical Gothic. Maybe that is what we're moving towards. I don't know what the name is, but I certainly don't think we're going to see, any shortage of these kinds of texts. And as this conference demonstrates, cannibalism is indeed still solid food for thought with an international reach. So, yes, thank you. Thank you for listening.